About to go grab what I don't need out of the car to go to the field. Do your thing. I'm just letting these ads run through, and then we're gonna drop the Discord notification, even though everybody's in there chit-chatting right now. We had an ad everyone incident with a scammer, so everybody's been summoned to the Discord. You when you're playing. I almost knocked my coffee over. That would have been terrible. Says you clean, you know. Your PNG's dead. Invest in Snack Coin. I do need to revive him. Give me a second. One thing at a time. I didn't get any time to set up at all because everybody's in the Discord just popping off about shit and piss. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me see what we can do. How much time do we have left on these ads? What up, Jadu? 30 seconds on the ads. What up, Gatly? How you doing? 20 stream streak. Sade. How you doing? There's only rain. By the way, the song requests still aren't working. Songify is just like busted. I don't know how to fix it. I've fixed it. It worked for like 2 song requests and then it instantly stopped again. So I might have to just get rid of that redeem. I could drop the Discord notification now though. Boom, boom, boom. There only happens when it's rain. Boom, 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 boom. Only love you when I play. When the rain, like this side here, still feels too small to me. I think it needs to be widened a little bit. Oh shit, I gotta check my YouTube. I don't have any music playing on YouTube right now. It's just a raw stream. Just my voice. Isn't that like unsettling? Give me 2 seconds here. Only love you when I play. Actually, do you guys even hear Spotify? You do. Okay, good. What up, Black Knight? How you doing, dog? What up, Yeti? You know. All right. Okay. What a start to the stream, dude. I didn't have any time to set up for stream because I was too busy talking to chat while they were freaking out in Discord. But now that we're here, I'm doing my setup very slowly. My mouse is up, that's all that matters. I don't know if I really want to keep doing these buildings, but I should. I should keep grinding buildings. As unpleasant as it is. I really wish Song Request was on, though, because I fucking hate having to listen to this playlist. Let's see what we can do here. How is the building arts? It's alright. It's alright. I think right now this side of this building here is bothering me. I think there's a lot of stuff off. I feel like this should be wider. Probably in more like that. Place in my own world. What up, Papa Snack? Not much. Snack, where my free MacBook at? Well, you gotta just send a message to that person named Peace. Surely nothing will go wrong. Man, boy. I don't know why I remixed that to boy. Okay. Song requests are off. Yeah, they've been busted for like a week, dude. I fixed it, and then it got busted again. And I'm going to try and fix it again. I'm going to spend 10 minutes on this tops, trying to troubleshoot this stupid problem. And then after that, I'm probably just going to remove the song request redeem until I can figure out a system that gets it to work. Apparently, Glad's been having the same issue, so it could genuinely be like a software issue. I think y'all should just do Nightbot till then. I don't know how to actually set it up on Nightbot. If it's not a lot of steps, then I'll do it right now. If it is a lot of steps, I'm not doing it. Not right now, anyways. You don't leave me. Escape. This is my own world. Alright, Songify. Try it again. Been a real bad girl. Piss. What up, Piss? How you doing? Snack, will you do doubles DDR with me? I've never played Dance Dance Revolution in my life, actually. I'd be a terrible partner, dude. I would throw. Like 100% I would throw. I don't have any purpose if I can't request music. No, your life has more worth than that. Don't worry. Okay. I've restarted it. I still don't think it's connecting. I don't think it's connecting. Nah, it's still not connected. Oh, it did. It did. I don't get this fucking app, dude. I guess the song requests do work. I don't want to listen to the duck song. I was just sort of queuing it up as like a little test. Fuck it. We'll listen to the duck song. Dizzy did request it. We gotta honor it. But it's entirely Dizzy's fault and not mine. Wouldn't that be sweet? Woo-hoo. Yee-hoo. Woo-hoo. The dick song? Bro, Piss, you are in a mood right now. The Piss song. Yes. The Piss song. Alright, Piss, you want me to go over your stuff? Did you not post something in critiques, or am I tripping? Oh no, you post something in ArtShare. But you said, at some point... I'm on a 23 stream streak and counting, baby? Hell yeah, dude. This song is actually, like, so long. 3 minutes. Boba, is that the... Oh my god. Oh shit, I forgot we have a brush command now. If you want to know what brush I'm using, you could just do brush. Apparently not. Apparently not. Oh, there it is. Oh, brushes. Bada. Already gotta go. Sadly enough, I'll be back in 4 hours if you're still streaming. I probably will be. In 4 hours, I'll probably be streaming or wrapping up. I don't wanna. What up, Crip? Was your name always Pink? Your name's Pink in chat now. Was that always a thing? I feel like that's new. Is it? It's orange for me. Oh shit. Well, I think you can set like a permanent color, but right now it's pink for sure. For me. Piss is orange. Boba's always yellow. I'm always yellow. Symphony's always purple. Black Knight's always red. Azaza's always orange. It's greenish here. Yeah, it's because there's no like set color. Piss is blue. Piss is orange for me. And we're not talking dehydration, baby. I'm blue for myself too. Well, isn't that a fun personal experience? Piss, what did you want me to look at in chat before you started talking about cum and pissing on boba? Or not in chat, in Discord, sorry. No thanks. Why does this feel weird? I feel like the perspective is just, like, not right here. I feel like it's getting distorted on this side. I'm gonna track my grid here. Feels, like, fine. Like, if there's a vanishing point somewhere off over here, seems to work. Just feels, like, lopsided. On your chat overlay on purple, it's just random. It's just gonna grab whatever. I'm looking at Twitch right now. So this is my Twitch personal experience. Symphony, did you queue up Ave Maria? A 5.5-minute song? You know, because of you guys, at some point I was listening to the Spotify like DJ thing because I just didn't want to think of what to listen to, and it usually it'll queue up things that you just listen to regularly, and the DJ at some point was like, and now we're gonna put on your favorite tunes, some classical, and it was just like nothing but classical music. I don't listen to classical music. I don't even like classical music. It's just boring, dude. You know. I'm not evil enough for classical, I think. I love classical music myself, to be honest. Yeah, to be honest. I don't know what the Y is there. Bluestone Alley's my fave. Nice, nice. I'm about for a bit. I don't know if I'll be back to see it when I see ya. So see it when I see ya? Oh, you mean like you don't know if you'll be back today? That sounded very ominous. Come back eventually. That would be nice. Do I fucking rock a grid on this thing, dude? I don't know if it's grid time yet. I am kind of struggling here, though. I have a whole playlist that's 34 hours long and it's all classical. Yeah, you would, dude. You would. I feel like this shit should just be lower, maybe. Is that what's going on here? Does that feel better? And this should also be lower. Actually, just the lower half, not the... Chat, classical music is a snooze fest. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do this for another 2 minutes. Just so boring. I don't know what this is. Ratman, help with fabric, and JS, do your thing on the whole thing like you usually do. Pretty pleased with the bowl of piss on top. Piss, I'll give you a critique if you never mention coming or pissing on boba or anything like that ever again. Or asking me to molest you. If you can acquiesce to those requests, I'll take a look at your thing. This guy's doing gothic stuff? We are, kind of. Normally we're drawing characters, but we're doing like church studies. No, I said I'm gonna molest you, but okay. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that. Don't ask that. You're like the weirdest chick I know, dude. And I know a lot of weird chicks. It's okay, I can be pissed on. No, Boba, stop. This is a girl? Yeah, you sexist. Women can be weirdos, dude. Just because they talk about pissing and coming all the time and sucking on toes doesn't mean they're a boy. Snack, stop misgendering my fetish. I don't know what that means. I don't suck on toes, I lick souls. Whatever, dude. Same difference. Okay. Maybe this feels a little bit better. I need like 4 more pairs of socks on after reading that. She'll still find a way. I think she's into the ladies too. I don't even think Piss is into dudes. So lady feet are definitely like at risk here. See, I actually don't hate metal. Okay, I'm gonna... Snack, you failed horribly to raise your chatters. Look what a mess we've become. It's okay. You guys are unique. You know, you're special. As long as I can get you guys to behave when we go into other chats, I think it's okay. PK and I at some point floated the idea of streaming together, and it's made me super nervous because his chat is like incredibly wholesome, and mine is filled with freaks, and I'm very worried about mixing our communities. So if ever that happened, you guys need to be very good boys and girls. Honestly, especially the girls. For some reason, you guys are the freakiest. Not me, I'm a good boy, you are, Gatly. What up, Charlie Plays over on YouTube? How you doing, dog? Okay, but okay, Snack, I won't come or piss on Boba again. Okay, thanks. That's all I could ask for. Alright, let's take a look at your freaking drawing here. What am I doing? I'm doing a draw over. He has no eyes. Where are his eyes? That's the first thing I'll say. Let me copy this image. Get rid of this stupid little tower. How big is this? Oh, fucking massive. I'm not gonna do like a full-on paint over, but I will give you some direction. I think you need to start practicing. The hell's it called? Brush economy work. So essentially being deliberate with where you put your brush strokes to indicate certain things. Like this region here, like this whole chunk of like value here, to me this could be 1 or 2 brush strokes, but I'm seeing like one here that's been erased out with this here, and then another one here, and then another one here, and then another one here. I don't think you need that many brush strokes, you know? I think you could just do it in like 1 single stroke or 2 single strokes. And I think being a little bit more deliberate would serve you, especially at this level, because you're not bad at doing form and structure, but your rendering work could be a little bit more tidy, depending on the style. Obviously, if you want all that texture stuff, it's totally valid to do like texture work, but it doesn't read as intentionally like textural. We embarrass you now? 100%, dude. 100%. You guys are a hazard. This is not a bad thing. It entertains the shit out of me. I think it's very entertaining. But it does mean we have to be on best behaviors when we're in other communities. Or mixing. I also think value-wise, you could probably push some value here. The forms seem a little weird. Like, there's a lot of really bright light here, which indicates to me that, you know, this is like the highest point on the bone, which it just wouldn't be, you know? Like, you'd probably get more value over here. Or a little bit more form there. And I think you'd probably have less light in this region here. You'd have it on the outside, but definitely not on the inside here. I think I would lower the value a little bit. I also think your eyebrows are kind of in... they're not lined up properly. Like, see how like the eyebrows are very spaced out? I think this eyebrow needs to come forward a bit. You know, something like that. Doesn't that feel like a little bit better? And then this eyebrow needs to be a little bit lower. Doesn't that feel a little bit better? I could send you the reference I was using for this guy. Sure, you can send it. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if that's beard or a mustache or what. Yeah, send me the reference. Okay. This is really nice. I'm gonna move it up here. And then we're gonna try and observe the differences. I'm just looking at the differences. I'm trying to, like, observe right now. Just give me a second. I'm not very good at textured painting, so this is not going to really be my my domain of experience. But there are things that I'm noticing that I think could be done a little bit better. And even here, I think the issue on your piece, like if I get rid of my overpaint, this is just your original drawing, okay? So if I go over this, and I'm looking at sort of the relationships on the brows here, like let's say the bottom of the brows on this one is here, it kind of lines up. Where yours, the bottom of the brow here, does not really line up. There's like a little bit too much space, and you actually drew the other eyebrow where he didn't. It's kind of like completely overexposed. And it more or less lines up with the top of the eyes also. I think there's a little bit like of liberties taken here, but in general, you've got that parallel relationship, right? Whereas I think yours, the bottom of the eyebrow is like here, and then there's a little bit of you see how this is a larger space here than this is here? And that's not just me painting like poorly, you know? Like even if I did like a thin line and I was really deliberate and I lined up the bottom of the brows here, you'd have like a very disproportional side of the face. So this half of the face is like too high. Now, I get that the brow or the lighting is sort of extending up onto the forehead here, but I'm mostly looking at your brow because you drew the brow. Whoops, that's not where I wanted to go. He didn't draw the brow, so if you get rid of your brow, that problem becomes less of a problem. So let me actually get rid of this brow here. I think the apex on the hat is in the wrong spot. So your apex, and what I mean by apex is the peak of the curve on the hat. So if you look at yours, your apex is around here, roughly, because this is where the curve changes. So if you draw like a horizontal line, this is the highest point on that curve on the hat where it touches the forehead. I think on his, it's a little bit more over here. And that shows a little bit more, like, roundness to the forehead, you know? It also shows a little bit more of the perspective on the tilt. Like, if I'm doing this here, well... Nah, the apex is definitely in a similar spot. I just think yours is too curved too aggressively. Just a little subtle change there. If I had to guess, this stroke here of value and this shape here of value, these were probably done in single brush strokes, and then they went over top with a different brush, like a chalk brush or something, and just sort of applied like those textured lines, like wrapping that form afterwards. If I had to guess, I can only really make assumptions here. I don't know exactly what they did, but this is my guess. What up, Snack? What up, Opato? How you doing, dog? I apologize a million times. Now I'm looking also at the curve here. The curve comes down, whereas yours kind of just does this like straight dip. And I don't know, it's definitely not because I painted over it. I think this would curve a little bit more like this. A lot of proportion issue stuff is what I'm seeing here. Now, does he have a cheekbone that shows? No, because the nose is a lot higher. It's not the worst spot. I just think it would go up a little bit more. He does show the cheekbone here, though. Like this light, or this rim light here, in this little section here, it's an essential tool to really show where the edge is on the cheekbone, where you don't have that here. And I think if you applied it, I'll leave this up actually, but I'll just paint over it on my layer. I feel like it reads a lot more structurally just by adding like that little stroke in there. You know, that versus that, it's like, okay, now he has a side to his head. I would get rid of the rim light on the nose if you're studying the reference. There's no real rim light on the nose here. I should use my other brush. A little bit on the tip of the nose, but nowhere else. So you had too big of a rim light there. Less rimming, got it. There you go. This eye corner comes out way more. It's going to come out kind of like to here, roughly. This eye is going to be a little bit bigger, I think. And I think the corner of this eye is also elevated a little bit more. So I'm just going to take a brush here, and I'm going to do one of these. And do that. And then I see that there's like darker values up in here, so I'm going to do that. Just trying to be a little deliberate with my strokes here. After this critique, could you see my drawing? I'm Guarana. Yes. Yes, I will, dude. I'll definitely... I was going to say, if you're in chat, I'll take a look. But it's hard to tell. When people use different Discord names, I don't know who's who. There's so many people that come by. It's like hard to keep track. But yeah, I'll take a look. I think you need darker values in this region here. It's all kind of like getting muddy and blending together a little too much. It's hard to really see where things sort of where the forms are, you know? And then some lighter ones up here. It's gonna be same for like the inner eye here. I'm just gonna try and do a switch brush so it's a little bit more. I can't breathe for the first time. I can get rid of my my paint on the eyebrow here. But I think what needs to be done is you need to show more. You see how, like, your brow here, there's this, like, very, very, very subtle chunk of value. I'm gonna just not do it on my layer, just so you can see on yours. There's this solid chunk of value right here that breaks the flow of this eye cavity. And having the flow of that eye cavity is really important. Look at sort of how his, like, where his eyebrow cuts off. Right? Like, he's got sort of this flow that shows this form. Even though it's like a little textural up in here, there's a clean indication of where the socket is. Whereas yours sort of like breaks up a little bit. And adding those extra lines in like regions like here is gonna break that up. So I think if we paint over that, it might feel a little bit better. What up, Merker? How you doing? He's got very chunky, thick eyebrows. I still think the eye needs to be a lot bigger. Anyways, these are all like proportion things, so this is not really stuff I can teach you, it's just stuff you gotta learn to like observe. But really, like, the thing you should really watch out, and the thing that I'm noticing here, is mostly just understanding that if you add a brushstroke in the wrong spot, it can break up the flow of the eye, and it can destroy the detail of the actual form underneath. An example of that is, like, let's say, you know, I'm drawing an eye, and I do something like this, with, like, the eyeball underneath, and then the brow sort of, like, up here, let's say, you know, and then the eyeball's, like, here. If I take this, and now that socket, I add something that just comes in and breaks up this form, like, even if it's, like, an eyebrow, and it does this, it's gonna feel weird. It's not gonna feel like it's gonna feel like the eyebrow shouldn't be there. You know what I mean? Like, even if I made the eyebrow clean and pretty, it's still gonna feel like the eyebrow shouldn't be there. Like, it's that sort of harsh change of direction over top of this flow line. It just breaks things up visually, and it feels odd. Like, this section in here is now breaking up the curve on this upper lid, and because of that, it just feels not right. But if you erase that out and you just have the eyebrows sort of flow with that, it'll feel a little bit better. Oh my gosh, is that the Chuck E. Cheese mascot? He's a distant cousin, but it's not the same guy, you know? Doing good, just eating breakfast? Hell yeah. And I think that's your biggest problem right now, Piss. Like, genuinely, I think if you do that, if you're a lot more intentional with this stuff, it'll be a lot better. And this applies to sort of, you know, like cheekbones and stuff. You have to really think of the form underneath here and what his cheekbone looks like. You know, if it didn't have skin, what would the bone look like here? And it's going to be unique for every person. It's going to be very different for everyone. You know, and that's what makes characters unique. But almost think of like this wire mesh. Like, and then it would dip in, let's say. And then that would create like a different sort of curvature. And that also kind of guides you to understand how you have to move your hand when you're painting this stuff. Because you are more or less painting along this wire mesh. Like, this is going to have some directionality, probably. Everywhere to me, when I close my eyes, it's you. The reason these curves break things up so much is because these wire meshes here, they would change direction. Because this is a socket. And so when you add like a brow here, you're basically saying this curve, this top curve now comes down to here. You're saying this is what the brow structure looks like when you add that curve. That's why it's so distracting. And it doesn't it breaks the feel of organic shape. Right? So try to really imagine these wire meshes as you're drawing stuff. And if you start thinking of objects and just drawing in general as these sort of 3D forms and like planes like this, it's going to help you really sort of understand how to use your brush strokes. So I need to work on form transitions and not obstruct them and get my stroke game up. Pretty much. I would say stroke economy is a big one. And I would also say that, you know, trying to really understand the form and make conscious decisions towards... And I know this sounds like esoteric. I'm not giving you like a bullet point where it's like, change this, change that, change this. It's because I think you're at a level where you know this stuff. So I think it's more important for me, instead of like telling you like, hey, change this specific thing, change this exact thing. Like, you understand how to draw and how to paint. Okay, there's no doubt about it. But what you don't have an understanding of is the deep sort of structures of like the anatomies of the face and stuff like that, and how they relate to each other, and how they push and pull in different expressions. And really, really studying that and being deliberate with your observation and looking at like a surprised face and being like, oh, when a face is surprised, the eyebrows shoot up, right? Like in my guy here, I'm intentionally thinking of these structures of the face, and I'm having these flows sort of like complement each other, and everything sort of leads into the next thing. Like the movements are organic, and that's why it feels like it works. Whereas like if you do things, if you just kind of guess things, it's not going to work as well. Like this area here, I almost think this is wrong. I feel like I could have this brow come out more. It'll probably feel a little bit more organic. Just subtly. You know? Just because this brow is coming out, and if this brow is coming out and pushing down, and you've got all these muscles pushing in this direction, you're going to actually end up creating like a bulge of muscle coming out on this side. Because you can't just, like, it's, you know, if you're moving a muscle from a lengthened position to a shortened or contracted position, you're going to get, like, you're not going to lose any volume. Like, if, let's say you have a bicep here, and then you take this bicep and you contract it, meaning you concentrically, like, pull your wrist up, you're flexing the muscle, essentially. You're going to gain, like, you're going to lose the length, but you're going to gain height because you have to maintain the volume. The muscle isn't going to lose volume. So it might look a little bit more like this now. You know, if it's contracted. And that's why when a guy's doing like a bicep pose, you know, they got this big bump. Whereas if it's a relaxed bicep, it's going to be a little bit more lengthened. And understanding these relationships in the muscles of the face are really, 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 really going to help you sort of make more educated decisions around where your form needs to be, where your values are going to be, where the crevices are going to be. And that's going to come from observation and study and really, really thinking about all of these little wire meshes underneath your character's skin, okay? So I'm not going to go into like super hardcore detail or anything or do like a crazy paint over, because I really think that that's something that you should try and focus on. And I would be curious to see if you'd be open to it, Piss, if the next drawing you do, you did like an overlay of a wire mesh, just so that I can see how your brain is processing that information and if it makes sense based on how you paint it, you know? You could just go on, find a bunch of artwork you like, and try and actually do wire meshes over top of it. Let me delete all this. This is all on one layer. Okay, good. And actually, no, sorry, before I delete that, these lines here, these texture lines, these are basically telling you where the wire meshes are. That's what those lines are going to follow, more or less, unless there's some crazy liberties being taken. They're generally, to a degree, going to follow the structure of the wire mesh. Like if I think of like these lines over here, like this is going like this, and then you can look in here and it's curving in here, and then it's curving up like this. You know, this is coming out like this. Like these are all literally following that exact wire mesh. And then look, you've got these strokes here, but you've also got a plane change in here. And that's indicated by these textural lines, right? So you're showing this. You know? Even on the nose here, you're getting these curvatures. The hat. You know? Like, this is all in there intentionally. And that's sort of how you can use hatching. Like, when people see me doing cross-hatching and stuff, and they're like, Snack, how do you know where to put the lines and the direction and stuff? I'm thinking of this wire mesh underneath, and I'm just sort of following it. And it's basically like an invisible guide for your brain. You're just like, I just need to move my hand in that direction, and it's probably going to feel right. Anyways, that's it. So, start noticing that. When your favorite artists are doing drawings, start to look and be like, where do they put their brush strokes? What direction are they moving their hand in? There's a pretty good chance, I would say 90% of the time, the artist is probably moving their hand along some sort of contour line. Okay? And there are like contracting lines. Like if you have a sphere, you're going to have sort of lines that are going both this way and this way. So you've got options, you know, and you could honestly do grids that go across this way. It doesn't really matter how you orient the grid, so long as the all of the lines are following some sort of consistent pattern or grid, you know, and they all work in sync with each other. Yo, Snack, I'm gonna go get my iftar. See ya after I fill my belly with some good food. Alright, bismillah, big dog. Get out of here. Damn, Snack, teaching me what I should really focus on with anatomy. So we need to do yoga to do the wire mesh. You don't need to do yoga, but you do need to understand the push and pull of the body. HDM's dad, what up? How you doing, dog? Thank you, Papa Snack. No worries, Piss. No worries, baby Piss. Alright, Guarana wanted a critique as well, so let's go over Guarana's work next. Guarana, you still over there on YouTube, Guarana? Damn, we got 5 concurrent viewers on YouTube. Is that everybody on Twitch just watching me on YouTube right now, or am I popping off on YouTube? My top 1%er on YouTube streaming? My 5 chatters? Alright, our critique's Guarana. Okay. So this one's not bad drawing, Guarana. It's pretty nice. One thing I will say, it's off balance. So there's a way that you can tell whether a character's off balance or not. What's YouTube? It's this little video platform. You wouldn't know about it. It's kind of new, but I am here? Hell yeah. Yeah, so it's off balance. And a good way to determine if your character's on balance or off balance, it's not going to be perfect, what I'm about to teach you, but it is going to be a very useful tool to determine sort of your center line and your line of gravity. So typically if you have a character, and if you take that character and you identify the center point of their collarbone, okay? Hello, Dally. What up? Hello, Drawfather. I like that. The Drawfather. If you have a character like you do here, Guarana, okay, and you identify the center point on their collarbone. So if your collarbone's going like this, let me do this on a new layer. Your center point is around here, right? We could all probably agree to that. If you now draw a vertical line coming straight down, that's really fucking fat for a line, dude. Give me a sec here. If you draw a vertical line going straight down, that's going to be where most of the weight is going to be distributed. So this is called a plumb line. And a plumb line is a tool, and I say tool because it's not a perfect thing, but it is a tool to sort of tell you how your weight is distributed. And if I'm looking at your character here, pretty much like 90, I want to say like 70% of your weight is all over on this side, even though she's shifting back this side, on this side, which means she's probably going to fall over. You kind of want your weight distributed evenly across this plumb line. And that means if your character's bending forward, let's say you have a character, right, and they're bending forward, if I have their plumb line, which is going to be in the middle of their collarbone, like let's say I just do a rough character here. Hello, what up, LSD? Let's say their collarbone's here, okay? This is their face. Okay, let's say their collarbone's here, so their plumb line is going to be straight down from here. If I put their legs back over here, what's going to happen to this character? They're going to fall this way, because all of their weight is over in this direction. So if I have a character bending forward and I want them to feel like they're balanced, I need to bring their legs over to sort of catch their weight in some sort of way here. Now, maybe a leg drops down and they got a knee over here, and that's creating like a weight distribution that's a little bit more balanced. Okay? That's gonna help, you know? Maybe I have an arm out over here. And it doesn't mean all of your weight has to be 50-50 split on either side of the plumb line. But it does mean that you need to have some sort of anchor for your character to stay balanced. And you're missing some sort of anchor on the other side. So in this case, your character could work. We can get rid of this little explanation. I'm gonna do a new layer. This character could work if you dragged a leg out like this. Okay, if you had like a really extreme leg position back here, it probably would work a little bit better, and it would read as a little bit more balanced. Now the issue is it's still gonna feel a little weird, you know, but it's gonna feel less off balance than what you have right now. Lol, I'll change my username. Don't LSD. It's okay. You could be LSD. Pearlpoy, do you have any tips when it comes to concept art? It's too broad of a question. If your question is like, do I have any tips on sort of creating characters? I would say just explore as many things as possible, like I did here, right? Try different things, try different hairstyles, different angles, different tattoos, scars, hairstyles, whatever, right? I don't know that, like, I can't really answer as broad of a question as saying, like, you know, are there any tips for concept art? Actually, you know what? I could give you a general answer. If we're gonna be really broad strokes here, don't worry, Guarana, I'm coming back to your thing, but I'm gonna tangent a little bit. I'm sure everybody wants to know about concept art. Generally speaking, understand what the pipeline is that you're existing in as a concept artist. I think that's gonna help a lot. So if you're a concept artist in animation, you know, you might be doing a lot different stuff than if you're a concept artist working with like 3D models in some sort of like video game company. And I think understanding sort of the world and environment you fit in is going to help you tailor the way you want to do your concept art. If you're doing concept art for games or like you know, IP creation or whatever, maybe you're not going to be so much focused on complete designs, but more on like shape and sort of the feel of the world, and you know, the clothing elements you use that fit them into the time period they're in, or you know, the cleanliness of the character, if they're super noble and clean, or maybe they're like a poor peasant and so they're going to be a lot dirtier. So concept art really is about sort of coming up with concepts, believe it or not, to ground your characters into some sort of uniform world. And you want to that would be like, if we're talking really broadly, that's going to be really important. And then understanding from a step beyond that would be understanding sort of the pipeline you exist in and being able to tailor your work to that. If I'm a character designer working in a 3D environment where like I'm drawing by hand, but my goal is to create work that's going to be then used for 3D modelers. If I'm doing crazy artwork that's like foreshortened and the character's hand is coming at the screen like this and doing all kinds of crazy flares, and then he's got his other arm back here brandishing a weapon, and then his pose is like this, and he's super dynamic and cool and illustrative, that's not going to help a 3D modeler at all. Because they're going to look at this and they're going to be like, I don't know what the fucking proportions are on this character, dude. I would much rather you just do a straight-on T-pose, or like a character just standing completely neutral, where I could see the full proportions of their arm, you know, and the full proportions of their legs. That's going to serve them a lot better in that environment than you doing some crazy illustrative thing, you know? So that's also important. But if you're doing splash art, that's a completely different story. Now dynamics, proportions, and stuff like that, you can get a little bit more creative with them. You know, so I think that's also important. What type of concept art do you want to do? Because it's not equal. And then, like Dally said, also mood boards and references, and that just sort of goes into sort of building the world and the feel and things. That's really what concept art is about. Your job is to make the job of everybody else who has to create assets and other things for the project you're on easier. You're giving them a base to work off of. If I send a character design that's really illustrative and really dynamic to a 3D modeler, they're not gonna. It's not gonna help them very much because now they gotta fucking do a bunch of crazy math in their head to understand the proportions, and they might as well have just done your job from the start. Whereas if you just send them something that's basic and maybe in most cases considered boring, but at least the proportions read, you know, it'll help you a lot. Then the art director kills you if you do that exactly. Okay, back to the plumline shit. Okay, because we got a little off track with the concept art question. I like answering questions, as you can tell, so I'll jump into anything. Mary over on YouTube says, now my dear friend Opato never will be the unique viewer on YouTube. Damn, you changed your name? You're no longer LSD? Tragic. Crazy Meth, how are you? I'm good. I'm chilling. Okay, back to the plumb line, and then I'll look at chat, because I know I'm neglecting some people right now, but essentially, your plumb line is a guide to tell you if your character is grounded or not, or if they're off balance, you know? And just because you have more space on this side of the plumb line versus this side of the plumb line does not necessarily mean your character's off balance, but it does give you a sort of an indication of how off balance or how balanced you are. And a character could be slightly off balance if they're in movement, you know? If a character's mid-step, technically, when you're walking, you're basically just doing controlled falling. What you do is you lean your torso forward, you shift your weight forward, and then you catch yourself with your forward foot. Okay, well, the other foot, like, if you didn't have your other foot here to catch you, you would fall. That's why when you're going upstairs and you miss a step, you faceplant. You know what I mean? Because your foot doesn't catch your weight. You're falling. Every time you're walking somewhere, you're technically falling in a direction, but you're just catching yourself every time. You know, so you can have characters that are off balance in movement and stuff like that. It's completely normal, so long as the movement reads in a way that looks like they're going to catch themselves in the future. You know, but generally, plumb lines are a very useful tool for determining how balanced your character is. So that's why I would say that you should probably utilize a little bit more. So that's gonna be the first one, balance. Next. What else can we say about this? I would say there's some structural stuff here with the head and the proportions. I know she's like an anime girl, but right now she has like no clavicle. And she has, like, no shoulder joint or anything here. Her shoulder is kind of, like, way too in. There's going to be some sort of width to a character's shoulders, even in a 3/4 pose like this. I would just bring the shoulder out a little bit more, you know? Just a little bit more. Now, I might have made her a little bit too jacked, but I'm going to just exaggerate the features just so it's a little bit more obvious here. And this is going to apply to the other side here. If you really want to get... Lego Bimbo, thank you for the 2 months, dude. What's up, dog? What's up, man? If you really want to get that sort of, like, I don't know. If your goal is to do, like, anime style, like, really, you know, sex appeal type characters... The width of the shoulders is important, but like, what's more important is the ratio between the hips and the shoulders. You know, like if you want to really sell the femininity of a character to an exaggerated like degree, what you're really aiming for more so is the relationship between the hips and the shoulder. And it's the same thing with dudes as well, right? So this isn't just like a chick thing. But if you have a character, and I take this character and like let's say I give them a rib cage like here, and then their pelvis is like this. They have a really narrow pelvis. This is probably going to read a little bit more like a masculine character. And these are guides, okay? They're not absolutes. They're not things you have to do. but they're just a way of thinking about pushing certain emotions and feelings and the way your viewer is going to receive the character. Whereas if I take the same character now, and I keep the same rib cage, but I push the hips out, probably gonna feel a little bit more feminine. The rib cage and the shoulders, they're more or less the same size. I've just changed the hip proportions, right? Because we've changed that ratio, you're getting a completely different feel with your character. Is it mandatory to learn real human anatomy rather than anime anatomy? I personally would prefer to learn real ones. I don't know why some artists are refusing to learn it. Yeah, I think you know, trying to learn to draw characters without learning basic human anatomy is like trying to become an engineer without studying math. It's just like, you can't do it. Like, you're gonna have to revert back to it at some point. It's the foundation for a reason, right? Curve for females and square for males. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, females look like this, and males are like this, always. This is law, guys, and you should treat it as law. Everything I'm saying is an absolute, and there's no room for exceptions. I'm kidding, of course. So just to come back to this, I'm broadening the shoulders mostly because right now she has no actual like shoulder anatomy, or she's very like her shoulders are glued to her ribcage, so she's gonna have a bunch of nerve and tons of other issues that we don't want this poor girl to suffer from. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna broaden her shoulders a little bit, but I get that we want her to also feel very feminine because she's got that I can't remember the name of that comic, but like the look of like that chick who has the wings or whatever that's super sexy or whatever. I can't remember the name of the comic, but essentially we're gonna broaden her hips. Now, one thing I think you could do is you can move this wing out. I think if you move this wing out, it's gonna allow the shape and the form of the hips here to read a little bit better. Because I don't actually think you have like bad proportions on your hips here. I think the issue is that your hips are being covered up, so you can't actually see them. This is Joe, by the way. Oh, Joe Linpool. How you doing, Joe? Darkstalkers. That's exactly what I was thinking of. I just wanted to yell as my favorite message, a penguin yell. Do your thing, okay. I was starting to worry about not seeing you in chat. Symphony's been here. He's just, he's fasting right now, so he went to go break his fast. Funny Artist, thank you for the follow. We got a couple follows there. Capricious Sigil, thank you for the follow. Okay, so that's what I would say. Move the wing out. Add a subtle curve to your arm. Don't have it be straight, because it's going to feel very stiff. If you're standing, your arms are not going to be fully locked, like your elbow's not going to be fully locked out. There's going to be like some sort of curvature. So when you're thinking of like doing arms, you kind of always want to think of it in two parts. You always want to think of this curvature. If you're bending the arm, it's going to be more like this. The more you bend the arm, it's going to be more and more like this. But you're always going to have this sort of two-part relationship, right? Now you can hyperextend your arm out, but that's got to be intentional. And if you're at rest like this, your arm's probably not going to be very straight. There's going to be a subtle curve. And I see that you kind of have a subtle curve there, but I would just say do it a little bit more. So next, we're just sort of going to make the hip, the thigh muscles here sort of match this. I'm going to place a knee down here, roughly. The knee could be a little higher, actually, and then... Now, if the character is leaning back like this, I'm going to look without your thing. If the character is leaning back like this, I think it's going to make sense to bring the head forward a bit. I think if I have the head too far back, she's still going to feel a little off balanced. Not terrible because we've got this back foot planted here, but I think bringing the head forward a little bit, maybe not that much. She's going to look like she's got like tech neck. But just a little bit more. Yeah, just a little bit more is gonna feel a bit better, I think. It's gonna feel more balanced. The more we can sort of distribute that weight across that plumb line, it's just gonna make it feel a bit nicer, you know? No, I don't want no scrub. Okay, so we've addressed sort of the balance issue here. So balance issue is number one. So that's going to be plumb lines. It's going to be weight distribution. We've addressed the resting arm. Your arm is kind of fine, but I just sort of wanted to go over that. Next. This far arm here. You see how this... I'm going to erase out this sort of two-part arm thing I was showing earlier. But you see how this arm here, if I get rid of my drawing, this arm is really... It's flush to the body. I want you, Opato, Guarana, whatever, right now, I want you to take your arm, and I want you to put your arm in the position on your chest, and I want you to identify what happens, and everybody who's listening right now can do this too. Take your hand, and rest your hand on your chest in, you know, an elegant way or whatever, however you want to do it. What happens to your elbow? In most cases, it's not going to be flush to your body. It's actually going to flare out a little bit. Now, there's a whole spectrum of movement and positions that you can go into, but this is something to note, because if you want to get that organic feel, you kind of have to think about these things a little bit. So let's say we have the arm like this. The elbow is going to flare out a little bit. It's not going to be completely flush. And I think that's sort of important to note. Now the question is, do you want that pose? Do you want the elbow to flare out like this, or does it break up the flow of your design? You know, that's a completely different question, and now you're mixing and matching. Just because an arm on its own feels elegant when you're putting it in that pose, doesn't mean it necessarily belongs and fits within the entire like drawing that you've constructed so far. You could draw a beautiful arm in perfect perspective and perfect foreshortening and all that stuff and get it super accurately, but if it doesn't fit with the whole piece, then, you know, it doesn't apply, and I wouldn't throw it in there. Question, if I type the song name, will it be added? Yeah, it probably will, because the way it works is it locks in on Spotify. It works better if you drop links. If you drop a Spotify link, it'll for sure be added to the right song. If you type the name, there's a risk that it'll queue up the wrong song. I don't really know how it works, but I assume it just sort of lurks through the search and then picks the first thing that pops up. So there's been lots of times where people just type the name in and then it kind of fucks up, but usually it's kind of fine. I would say if you want to be certain though, drop the link. So that's just something to note. Maybe you don't want this hand like on the chest like this, or if you do, maybe you have it a little lower or something so it doesn't feel like as flush. I don't know. There's like some weirdness with the arm positioning here that I would fix. And then there's some structural stuff. So I see you've got sort of like the anime thing going on here, which is not terrible. But I think there's ways it could be improved. So I think normally what I do is I still think of the form and the structure of the face, you know? So I don't know if you noticed here, I added curvature. There's not a lot of organic flesh structures that are going to be perfectly angular like this. I know anime loves to do this, or old school anime loves to do this actually. I feel like modern anime is a little bit more subtle, but old school anime definitely has like that look. Like I'm thinking like, what would be like an example? The fucking old like moe stuff from like way back in the day. But generally, I try and treat it a little bit more organically. So what I mean by that is, if this is where your eye is, I'm gonna make the eye a little bit smaller. It feels a little bit big, too big to me. If that's where your eye is, Nichijou loves it. Yeah, Nichijou is a good example actually. But even Nichijou, I feel like still has a little bit more of an organic curvature. Nichijou. Let's see. Let's see. Let's take a drawing from Nichijou here. Yeah, like, look. I mean, there is... You're definitely right. There is, like, that sort of... that hard angle here. We could try and go for that. But I just think right now, the issue is that your curve is too extreme. You've got a C curve coming in this way, and then another C curve going the other way. If I'm looking at these, the C curve is a lot more subtle on the outside, like a lot more subtle. Like it's almost a straight line. Like if I did a straight line over top of this, let's do it in blue. There's very little deviation from that straight line. So the C curve is a lot more subtle, whereas if I do a straight line here, your C curve has a lot more space up in here. So let's tone that down a bit. Why is this so light? A little bit subtler, a little bit more of a curve here, and then I think theirs actually comes in a little, like their chin is a little higher. I think, yeah, the chin is a little bit. It's not as the angle here is smaller, almost smaller than what I have here actually. Something more like this. The eye proportions. So let's say if the angle is here on the bottom, on the curve, on the chin. We've got sort of this angle up here, and then the chin is down here. Where are the eyes relative to sort of where the hairline is? If the hairline's up here, the eyes are definitely in the bottom half, for sure. Like, if the bottom half is here, the eyes are roughly in the bottom half, so they start in the bottom half. So we gotta do our eyes a lot lower, if that's the case. If her hairline is here, roughly, I'm drawing through, and I draw a line coming through here, her eyes are probably gonna be just a bit lower. So measuring these proportions is also really important if you're going for a certain look or style. Now, I'm looking at this. The top lid here, if we're going for the Nichijou style, has sort of this sort of hooked angle to it. And a little subtle one on this side, too. So let's apply that. And I think that's going to feel a little bit more Nichijou. Eyebrows up here. The eyebrow should be curved, too. Your eyebrow here is a little straight-ish. And then the mouth is tiny. I'm going to get rid of this line here. Watch your line weight on the hair here. You've got really thick lines on the inside here, which is... it's a bit much. I would say, like, tone down your line weight. It's distracting. I'm not using the Nichijou style as a reference. I'm using Nimame as a face reference. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna run through it again and explain with Nimame, but just essentially do the same thing. So just go through, identify the things that make that style unique with that style, and then apply it to your work. The head shape looks a bit strange on my design or on the Nichijou stuff. I mean, that's just the way they draw it, you know? If that's the style you're going for, that's the style you're going for. But this is essentially what it would look like without hair. Right? Okay. So those are basically the major changes I would do. Like I said, I would shift the head forward just a little bit. The head's also very small relative to the body here. Tell me to stop at any point, Snack, but you're relying on schema and shorthand that you've developed, and anything outside of that will look strange. Yeah, so, like, this is way out of my style, right? I don't normally draw like this, so if it looks a little weird, it's gonna look a little weird. But what I'm saying is right, okay? If you do want to learn a certain style, this is how you do it. You need to really identify the relationships and the things that make it unique. And that's gonna be proportions, it's gonna be ratios, it's gonna be sort of angles, all that stuff. So yeah, maybe my application of it is going to look a little odd because I don't draw moe anime style like ever, really. But what I'm saying is true. With that said, that's more or less the big changes that I would go for. So I'm going to send you this, and we're going to put it next to... Oops. Your character here, just so that you can see the relationship differences. But it really is the balance issue. And the placement on the limbs and stuff like that. So hopefully that gives you some sort of direction. Hopefully that helps. And with that, I'm going to go back to poorly drawing buildings. And catching up with chat. What do we got? Yes, a kitchen floor, blah, blah, blah. Pokemon. Okay, it seems like the right song. Ads, blah, blah, blah. You need an ad timer? I suppose. Maybe one day. Now I have to go to lunch. Bye-bye. Alright, do your thing, Opato. Well, it reminded me when I attempted to experiment with the anime style, I'm still learning how to draw. I think the most important thing to note is if I'm giving demonstrations, I'm not trying to do a finished, complete piece. I will be honest, and this isn't just to, like toot my own horn. If I wanted to tackle, like, the moe style, and I just sort of, like, focused on it for, like, a good 4 hours, I could probably get something out half decent. Was it gonna look perfect? Probably not. But for the sake of demonstration, you know, you're just trying to get the information across as quickly as possible. So there's gonna be some stylistic liberties or quality liberties. How dumb can a comment get before you get annoyed? Not very, I've tolerated the most insane comments. So go ahead, lay it on me, Joe. What do you got? Lurking while I make dinner? Do your thing, Nancy. I get less annoyed at people directing criticisms or comments towards me than I do about it towards other chatters. The one thing I don't like, and the one thing that will trigger the fuck out of me, is if chatters start fighting with each other. I mean, I will shut that down pretty quick. You know, a comment here or there is whatever. If I notice tensions rising, then I'll kill it. But generally speaking, I don't mind what people say to me. You know, it's not gonna bother me. Say rough twice. Rough, rough. Good boy. Speaking of being a good boy, dude, I gotta go for a little walk. I gotta piss so bad. BRB. Yeah, you know what I haven't eaten on stream in a long, long time? I haven't eaten a carrot. And so I brought out a carrot. To me, it's not about stylized drawings, but unfinished sketches looking strange. Yeah, that's fair. I think there's two different ways to draw, right? Or I mean, there's several different ways to draw. But when I'm drawing, there's two things I'm doing. It's either the focus is communicating information, in which case the goal is not to create a pretty drawing, it's to create an understandable like lesson. And then the alternative is, finished, more complete drawings, right? And those two are always going to have different outcomes. So, if you're learning an art, and you're gonna have to understand this, there's a Discord? Oh yeah, there is. If you ever go to art school, or you ever work in a studio, okay, when you're communicating with your teachers and your supervisors, the way that they're going to do drawovers for you is going to be rough and crude, but it's going to be focused on communicating information. If you have a team of 10 people under you and you're a supervisor, okay, which is not unheard of in an animation studio, if you got a team of 10 people and you need to get information across quickly and efficiently, you're not going to be there polishing like these 10-hour rendered pieces out for every single person. You're going to give them the information they need to apply it themselves, and you're going to move on to the next person so that you can get work done, And the same applies here when I'm giving people feedback. I'm not gonna dive in and do a 3-hour like paint over on their work till it's like perfect, because I'm not trying to learn this shit. I'm trying to communicate the information. Obviously, the nice thing about teaching on stream, and it's one of the most valuable things I've noticed for myself. Mary, you're taking off on YouTube? I appreciate you coming in though. Thank you. I'll see you in the next one, if ever. The nice thing about teaching on YouTube is it highlights to me what I do know and what I don't know. There's a lot of times where I don't really know why something's not working well. Especially in the rendering domain, because I don't render that much. I do quite a bit of line work. And so whenever I get into rendering, I'm a little bit more instinct based. I don't know as much theoretical stuff about rendering as I do about line work. And I think the degree of styles is also way broader when it comes to rendering, whereas line work is kind of line work. You can get like line work with opacity and line work without it, but it's really hard to get like as much diversity in line work as you can with rendering. So it's a lot easier to tailor my lessons. If you want to pop up on YouTube more, you could steal the idea from Stinix and do something like Paint Over Pals, but on shorts. That might be the move. I'm just too lazy, bro. I did shorts for a little bit, and they were fine. I don't have the fucking time. Between having a full-time job, streaming on the weekend, I just don't have the time and energy to, like, do scripts and shorts and plan out content and all that stuff. Unfortunately, you know? Maybe if I lose my job, we'll get into it more, but as a survival mechanism. I agree. I worked in the medical industry as a medical scribe. Doctors don't give a shit about politeness. They just want to go through the day as fast as they can. Well, you're trying to be efficient with your time, and you're trying to do as much positive, like, you're trying to contribute as much value as you can. And sometimes, you know, that means that you got to sort of be a little shorter on things and trust that people are going to take what you say and run with it. All right, so we just need to get you fired. Yeah, I guess so. What's your objective, Snack? Do you want to get big and famous, or do you want to be rich from YouTube? I don't want to be famous. I want to make my mark on art, and I think I'm doing it, you know? I get people who post their art to me, or on the internet sometimes, and I can tell that they steal. I say steal in a good way. I can tell that they steal things that I do, and that really is like really satisfying. I don't know how to explain it. It satiates my soul in a way that other things can't. And I think I really enjoy teaching. I don't know if I would like it in an academic space, because there's no grades here. It really is just kind of like a talking shop podcast style thing. And so I think for me, I get a lot of value out of that. The one thing that I struggle with is the more marketing side of things. Because a lot of things like critiques and feedbacks and stuff like that, obviously I'm only doing like 10, 15-minute segments here. But that's stuff a lot of artists charge for. And I don't do that. I got a job that pays me well. I don't need to worry about like money so much. But it would maybe be nice to transition a little bit a bit away from my other job to more art-focused stuff. But I do think most artists' goal is to help fellow artists. Maybe. I think I'm a bit of a privileged case where I have the freedom to not worry about money as much. Whereas I think if you're an artist who's primarily focused on being an artist and making money in the art space, your mentality is going to be way different, or it should be way different than mine, right? My goal is to get a fuck ton of money. Valid, dude. Get that money, queen. Get your paper up. Stack that cheddar, you know? Hello, I'm new here. What? How's it going? I'm new here. I'm Snack. Money and art? Yeah, that's right. You chose the wrong career, dude. I hope you like long hours and low pay. I think I might be having a strong headache. Don't forget to drink water. Fuck. And all that good stuff, dude. Relax. Abysmal Crown, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, back to drawing this stupid building. I just started acting like I had the confidence of a mediocre white man, and I got a lot further than I ever did before. Well, look, as a mediocre white man, I can tell you it works. You just gotta believe in yourself. You don't have to imagine yourself as a white boy, but if it gets you through the day, you know, each their own. I got paid $160 for a portrait I did in 45 minutes. Well, go for it, dude. My sister's in the medical industry too. She has to at least do 12 hours before she can come home. Yeah, it's a rough industry. Does anyone appreciate art except for those who are passionate when it comes to drawing? I think a lot of people appreciate art. I think the one thing I've noticed with normies, though, or people that aren't, like, I say normies, but I just mean, like, people who aren't in, like, the art culture sphere, is the things they value in art are very, very, very different. And they'll look at stuff that I just don't really see as, like, having the same degree of value as other forms of art. And I think an example, to me, and this is my personal opinion, guys, okay? This is not, like, objective truth or anything like that. But I think there's a big divide that I find with people who like realism versus imagination drawing. And I feel like a lot of people in non-art spheres will see somebody draw like a hand that's done off of a reference, but it's like basically a one-to-one copy as like the ultimate achievement of skill. And that's always sort of like felt weird to me, because I've always found drawing from imagination to be way more difficult than drawing from reference. And I feel like a lot of people who aren't in the art circle put a lot of weight on drawing copies of things or replicas of things versus drawing, like, imaginative drawing. And I feel like the holy grail for me has always been imaginative drawing. That's sort of my like critique of non-artists, like, views on art. Or at least, this is not like guaranteed to be an opinion that non-artists have. But, like, it's just something I've noticed, that a lot of people are like, man, he drew that eye so hyper-realistically. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you can do that with enough time, but to create an eye from imagination is a completely different beast. So I'm still making my way through this big-ass carrot, bro. I'll read chat in a sec. Okay. Nancy says, I have a pin badge that says, carry yourself with the confidence of a mediocre white man. Awesome, dude. I'll let you do that. I give you the pass. You can mock white boys a little bit. I'll let you know when my feelings are hurt. As a white man, my feelings don't get hurt easy, though. I'm immune. I hope I never have to make money with art or rely on it as the only income source. I don't want to end up hating the thing I cherish the most. It's certainly a challenge to your mentality and your perception towards art. Like, I won't lie about that. Working in art and realizing how little reward there is to being an artist is kind of disheartening. How white are you? Pretty freaking white, dude. I think I probably look like Spanish or like Italian or some sort of like mix, but I'm definitely like, I get all the perks of being a white boy. What do we got? I got paid 200 DZD to draw my friend a profile picture that I finished in 9 hours. DZD? Bro getting paid in anime money. I think I'll just call it out. I don't feel so good. Everybody have a good day. Alright, you okay? Do your thing. Come back when you're feeling okay. Okay. I got 2 VGen commit. That's $1.50. Oh shit, it sucks. I got 2 VGens commissions for the first time. I'm excited. Good for you, Nancy. I think you're gonna kill it. You're definitely like very, very, very skilled and underrated. I think you'll do very well. So keep it up. Our government and brands consume AIs instead of commissioning artists. You know, it's cheaper. I get it. Not that I like it, but it is what it is, you know? I have no fucking clue how to set up my VGen, so I just find commissioners on Discord if I do end up doing comms. I just don't do comms. I'm too slow of an artist. I don't like doing it, you know? I find it easier to draw from memory than to draw from reference. I feel like that's a double-edged sword, because I think like the reason you can draw from memory is because you've looked at reference of that stuff. So reference is always sort of like the starting point. Like it might be difficult for you to draw new references that are out of your comfort zone, but I think drawing from reference is typically going to be easier than creating something from imagination. If you ask me to do some crazy foreshortening pose without any reference, it's going to be very, very, very difficult for me. Unless I've seen it a bunch. Okay, my carrot's done. Hard take. Realism is more of an imitation than imagination. Than imaginative artwork that you need to Frankenstein the references. Realism is more of an imitation? Yeah. I mean, if you're saying, like doing a one-to-one copy of a reference versus, like, Frankensteining a bunch of references into a new thing, then yeah, for sure. That's sort of my argument. That's sort of my gripe with people who think, like, realism is, like, the end-all be-all of, like, art skill. I just... Look, this is a controversial take, okay? But I just remember I've been in conversations where people are like showing me artists that they think are really good, and it's just like, it's just basically like, it's not a tracing, but it might as well be, you know? It's like a one-to-one of like a referenced image. And it's always been a gripe of mine, because all the artists that I've valued in my life have just been people that can draw from imagination and constantly create new stuff. That to me is like the holy grail, right? But that's a me thing. It's not to say that there's no value in doing other things. There's total value in it, for sure. But it's just, that's my take on it, but... I trace a lot of reference, to be honest. Yeah, for sure. You look like a sexy, hot Italian man? You have no idea what I look like. Could be a disgusting Italian man. I'm not Italian, but... I told you guys, this is what I look like, okay? Chat. We've been through this like a million times now, but... This is what I look like. I also have glasses. I'm not wearing glasses right now, but... This makes it look like I have fucking mutton chops. I don't have mutton chops, but... You dip your carrots, or are you just taking it raw? Taking it raw, baby. Daddy don't need no sauce and so no flavor enhancers, dude. My palate is just beastly. Whoa, what that nose do? It sniff. It be sniffing. I can mostly paint from imagination, but I always run and get a reference when I'm stuck on something. You can use bits and pieces of different, like, references, you know? Do you eat broccoli raw? Sometimes. I haven't really been on that broccoli tip lately, though, Abyss. You know? But I have dabbled in some raw broccoli. I won't lie. You're the farmer from Shaun the Sheep. Shaun the Sheep. Farmer. I don't have red hair. I have the same like color palette from like the Jace has from fucking. I literally have the exact same complexion and skin tone as Jace from Arcane. I'm nowhere near as handsome though. Tell by the look in your eye. Boom, boom, boom. Snack, what kind of childhood did you have if you don't know Sean? I mean, I recognize it. I've never been like, I watched Wallace and Gromit when I was a kid, but I don't know their fucking names, dude. All the side characters and shit. Come on, cut me a little slack. Snack looks like Jace Talus. Don't, I'm gonna come. I don't look like Jace. He's way more handsome than I am. But I have the same complexion and hair color. I have the same color palette. Boom, 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 boom. Lady, me tonight. Snack Loki, you should take it easy, way out, and instead of drawing buildings, just go into Minecraft and build. Let me be your victor. I'm not gay. It's just so right. I gotta flip this upside down. There's something that feels weird about my vertical lines here. I mean, they're pretty vertical. I'm trying to take my brain out of it, because I feel like my brain is distorting the perspective. I'm just trying to be a little bit more objective with it. Do it jiggle? See, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, dog. I'm not gay. My gaydar is sky high whenever I watch you, buddy. You're a lesbian, dude. Your fucking gaydar's always in the red. What are you like? What are you trying to say? I was not expecting that. I choked on my tea. Well, look, Piss likes to throw shade. It's just detecting you, bro. That's why your gaydar's doing that. Has nothing to do with me. Vlad is back. All right, Symphony, dude. What are you doing? You're just giving me a finger workout right now, getting me to hit buttons. Just spending your own points. It's a free country. No, it's your chest? Oh, shit. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. I love this song. Hell yeah, dude. Lesbian is sensing lesbian energy radiating off of Snack. That's true. I do love women. I'm a lesbian, you know? The guy version. Out of topic, do you mind if I ask you to criticize my OC whether his design has potential or ends up looking like an NBC? To be honest, what makes people recognize the character? Is it due to design or the style? Do you really need to have a complicated design in order to be recognizable? No, not at all. Look at Mario. Mario's a basic, like there's nothing overly complicated about Mario. It's just good shape design, you know? Shapes are going to matter more than anything. But yeah, Pearl, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Pearl Poi. Go ahead, drop your thing in chat, or in the not in chat, sorry, in the critiques channel on Discord. I'll go over it. Young Khan, what up, dude? How you doing? We're still doing buildings, Khan. I've not given up, even though I really want to. I really want to just go back to drawing fucking characters. Yo, church? That's right. I'm studying Gothic churches right now. I want to write a comic that has a lot of like religious undertones and stuff. And because of that, I want to be able to adapt it with like actual like church architecture. But I want to also be able to twist it into something new. So I have to learn the architecture and the ratios and the proportions and all that shit before I can do that. Also, Pearl, let me know when it's in the Discord, and I'll go fish it out, okay? And then we'll give you a little critique, send you on your way. I'm so excited to read your comic, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta get good at drawing backgrounds first, which is like a big struggle, so this could be a very delayed process. I will say, though, guys, the reason I got into drawing originally, years ago, was to do comics. I never did them, but... But streaming has rekindled my desire to want to do that, so... There are a bunch of buttresses on the side of churches. They help maintain the structure. You don't read DC? I don't read DC, no. Not a big... I did read a lot of manga back in the day, but I'm not a big, like, comic consumer. I read the Walking Dead comic, for sure. Beyond that, though... Not a lot of comic reading. What's your fave manga? I'm very biased. I'm definitely a little bit of a Naruto head, but that's because like I was. It's nostalgic for me, you know. So there's a little bit of a nostalgia tax there. I don't know if it's like the best manga ever. I'm trying to think of like good manga that like stuck out to me. Berserk is obviously fucking goated. I never finished it, though. I got to, like, the, What arc did I get onto? I got onto the arc with the fucking, like, fairy demon chick or whatever. And I never finished it from there. That's because I started studying Japanese, and it became, like, a goal where I was like, I'm gonna learn Japanese, and the next time I read Berserk, it's gonna be in Japanese. Currently reading One Piece. I feel like One Piece is the way to, like, reading it is the way to do it. What I would do, back when I would watch One Piece, is I would read through the bulk of the arc, and then I would watch the key fight scenes. And that's how I consumed One Piece, mostly. That was after watching, like, hundreds of episodes, obviously, straight. But it got to a point where I was like, I ain't got time for all this shit. So I would just, like, read the manga, power through a bunch of chapters, get to the key fight, and then watch from there. And then I would do that for each arc, basically. I grew up on Death Note. Hell yeah, dude. I'm going to a conference next week. Please pray I do not get super COVID. I'm praying for you, dude. Dally, wear a mask or something, you know? Some chick I worked with showed up sick. And she was like, I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd be in the office. And I was. But I haven't gotten sick, so hopefully that keeps up. Okay. Kind of guessing the spacing on these. That's like way too close. But yeah, in terms of favorite manga, probably like just Naruto. I've read a lot. I've read Gamaran was like surprisingly good. The thing is, I read all these when I was like 19, so my taste in like content is probably way different now than it was back then. I don't know that I had like the same palette for like what is considered quality when I was 19, you know, like over a decade ago. So like I remember reading Gamaran and really liking that. I really wanted to read Vagabond because I really like the art style, but I never did. It's still something I really want to do. I'm not a huge like power reader though, unfortunately. Have you ever read Promised Neverland? No, but I watched the first season and I thought it was good. And then apparently the second season's ass, and I never finished. So. Is the manga... I assume the manga's better. Oh my god, could I draw a fucking straight line here, dude? What do my buttresses look like? Okay, they're just like straight up glued to the wall there. They ruined it? Ah, damn. That's what I heard. Only watch One Piece. Only watch One Piece. Cuts out the filler. Does the show not have filler? Is it true? Naruto had a shit ton of filler, bro. They love their filler on that show. I feel like the church should be lower. They ruined it. I loved it, but the ending was so ass. The flash forward was lazy. Damn. Damn. I'm talking about the version of One Piece someone made where they cut out the BS. Oh, like the abridged shit or whatever. It's more true to what happens in the manga. I never really watched abridged stuff. I used to just... What I would do was back in the day, there used to be like these websites that would just list all of the filler episodes. And so I would just skip them manually, you know? Old school style. Now we have APK that auto-skip filler episodes. Kids these days are so spoiled, dude. Back in my day, I had to walk to the anime filler website 3 miles each direction. I had to find the fucking episode, and then I had to, you know, go on these dog shit websites that just ended up like taking like lagging, and then I had to close all the ads that would pop up trying to infest my computer with viruses. We're truly built different, you know? I'm heading out. Love you, Snack. 3 miles uphill both ways. Exactly. All right. Peace out, Dally. Love you too. See ya. Have a good one. And infecting your PCs. Hey, I was on the internet in 2012 as well. I know those shits. 2012, bro. The internet was good back then. What are you talking about? I'm talking like early 2000s, late 90s. My dad had a computer in like 98, I think, and it sucked ass. And then I fucking like I started like browsing in the early 2000s. I was on in 98, exactly. My dad worked in like IT, so we had a computer. It just like was terrible. I remember you'd like if you downloaded like Con probably knows, dude. Like fucking LimeWire and all that shit. You're waiting like 4 hours to download. Even like, you'd wait multiple days to download like a movie, you know, or you would download something and then like let's say it's an image, right? Or like you would load an image on like a web page and it would slowly load in bar by bar, and it was the slowest fucking thing ever. And sometimes it just wouldn't work. 2012 was weird, bro. The shit I was watching on YouTube were so creepy. It was probably made by people my age. I graduated high school in 2012, so... The college T1 lines were goated. Songs in a minute. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I always struggle with downloading music. And I remember you would just have to load all of your... You would have like an iPod, or like if you were like my family, because my parents were like very cheap and they didn't like spending money, they would just get some third party bullshit, and you just have to load all your songs onto that thing. And you didn't really have any choice of songs. There was no like data on these like old like Walkman or like MP3 players. And so you just have to listen to whatever was on there. I didn't have my own because my dad didn't want to buy me one. So I'd have to listen to his, and I just had like fucking Will Smith rap songs and shit like that. And like Phil Collins. Phil Collins kind of based, but like my dad had terrible taste in music. Look up Audio Galaxy. It was better than Napster. I feel like I came after the Napster days. Napster was like before LimeWire and shit, right? Or was it around the same time? I wasn't like tech savvy because I was so young. I just stole songs from YouTube. That works too. I would move the mouse in circles thinking it was helping the loading times. Yeah, or like, remember like on LimeWire, whenever you'd play a video, they'd have these like trippy LSD like backdrops that would just like move around and warp and stuff to the beat of your music. You can still do that now, but it was so like, it was so generational. I don't know. I would pray to my laptop. I would hide from the download and play it uninterested so it'd load faster. I would just go do shit. What if you burned a CD? Oh, that was another thing, dude. Oh my god, you're bringing back memories. My dad would burn CDs, so he had these big albums that he would keep in his car. And it was just full of, like, burned music. He had, like, this guy that would sell him, like bootleg DVDs at work. And so he'd bring home these fucking $2, like, DVDs he bought. I remember his buddy would just sell him, like, shit dirt cheap back in the day. Video games were not as valuable back then, so he would just like bring home like an entire N64 with like a bunch of games. He'd be like, yeah, I paid like $5. My buddy just didn't want it, you know? And shit like that. And it's like today that stuff is worth like so much more. So I have like 3 N64s, and like they're not like the fancy ones or anything. They're all like the old ones. N64 was my console. N64 and GameCube, that was my shit growing up, dude. Better drop in a lurk. Church is looking good. All right, thank you, Con. Thanks for popping in, dude. Take care. By the way, I recently published the artwork on your Discord for you to see. Oh hell yeah! Let's take a little look. Are your purple? I guess purple Kalashnikov. All right, let's pull this up. I'm gonna just take one of them. So just tell me which one you want me to give you feedback on, just to save time, so I'm not going through all of them, but which one is more important for you to get feedback on? The portrait or the full body one? It's the one wearing a red shirt. Oh, okay, I see. No, I just read your message. Ignore me. This is very big. Okay. I'm gonna move it to a different canvas because I'm running out of space here. Let me bring it over to this canvas because we were doing critiques here yesterday. Okay. I think looking at your thing, you clearly understand like color and hues and how to use like your values and stuff. What I think you could improve on though is drawing more big to small. It feels like you're being very, very, very intentional with sort of, you know, doing all these wrinkles and stuff, but I don't think they really make a whole lot of sense lighting wise. Also, when you're walking, okay, this is an important dynamic thing. If you want this to feel right. If a character's walking, whatever leg is coming forward, in this case on your character, let me break this up, let me make this bigger. In this case, on your character, this leg is coming forward, which means this arm is also coming forward, not this one. This arm right now is in front of this leg. You see how it's sticking out in front of the leg? You want it behind. When a person walks, the organic way that a person walks, unless they're forcing some weird shit, is essentially the legs and arms move in opposite directions. So if one leg comes forward, the opposing arm is going to come forward. So the arm on the opposing side. Whereas the arm on the same side is going to be coming back. Okay, not to this extreme angle, but there's an offset. Okay. So if you're doing this leg here coming forward, it's fine, but I would move this arm back. You could have it bent, so maybe you're doing something like this. I would also add a little bit more of a lean in the torso and the head. So you have a subtle C curve going through the pose. Are you familiar with gesture? What up, funny artist? How you doing? It's a really funny emote. Are you familiar with gesture? Let me know if I say gesture and if I talk about C curves and S curves, do you know what I'm talking about? Yes? Okay. You don't have a strong gesture line going through here. No, you don't know. Okay. So, in a pose, any pose, there's basically 3 basic lines that run through poses. And these 3 basic lines are S curves, C curves, and straights, okay? And these straights are probably one of the least appealing lines. If you have a character that's mostly in a straight gesture, it's very boring. And your character here is a very straight-on gesture. So if you look at the central line going through your character, there's no curvature to it. There's maybe a little subtle curvature, but like the primary line going through is a straight. And what do I mean by primary line? That's really important. What I mean is if you run a line that captures the movement of the character, the largest line of movement through that character is called the large axis line. And this is the line that you really want to focus on when you're thinking of posing out your character in a gesture. And I'll give you some examples on stuff I've already drawn. This girl here is a character I drew like a couple months back. She has a C curve as her gesture, which means if you trace the long axis line going through her pose, it's going to follow a C curve. Okay, there are other things in here. There's some straights in here as well. There's some other stuff. There's some S curves in here. But the largest form and curve going through here is a C curve. This character here, same deal, C curve. The largest line of motion flowing through this character is a C curve. Same with this character here. Oops. You could almost say that this one's almost like an S curve because it forms an S, right? This one also, C curve. Largest, and there's no solid answer on where this line needs to go through, so long as the general pose has an identifiable axis line running through it in some sort of way. Having gesture is going to be the key to having dynamic and organic feeling poses. And the issue with your pose, the biggest issue with your pose, is that it's got a lack of gesture. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to add a little bit of a gestural curve to it. So I'm going to bring the head forward. I'm going to bring the hips... I'm going to leave the hips more or less where they are. And I'm going to sort of have a little bit more of a curve. See how there's a flow going through here now in this direction? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to position this arm back here. I'm also thinking of the flow coming out of here, serving the pose. This arm's going to come back a little bit. Maybe it'll overlap. We'll draw a little rib cage here. I'm going to bring this leg up a little bit. It's almost getting a little bit more into a run now, just because I'm pushing it a bit too much. But I want to exaggerate just so that you understand sort of what I'm saying. Now this foot is pointing out in this direction, but he's going in this direction. You wouldn't really do that. Most people, unless you have some sort of like joint issue or something like that, most people are going to have their feet pointing straight forward in the direction they're going. Maybe slightly off angle if you've got like, you know, weak internal rotator muscles or something like that. Like if your feet are pointing out, usually you've got some weak internal rotator muscles. Your feet should generally be pointing forward in the direction you're going. And because we're bending the leg here, I'm just gonna add a slight, or because we're applying weight here to this leg, I'm gonna add a subtle bend. Okay, this leg is going to be a little bit farther back. You're probably not going to see it too much. Something like that. And it's going to feel a little bit more dynamic. So I'm basically taking your pose, tweaking it a tiny little bit, and we're getting a little bit more dynamicism out of it. So that's sort of the big issue on your pose, is that it's just feeling too stiff. Because your rendering isn't bad. Your anatomy in the face is strong. You understand clearly where the cheekbones are. You understand where the values go underneath that cheekbone. Your nose structure is unique. There's nothing bad about it. You could work on the eyes a little bit, I think. But generally speaking, the big issue is the gesture. It's not feeling natural. It's feeling very stiff. People don't move like this. Okay, and it doesn't have to be a C curve that we do here. I was just using a C curve as an example. We can make it an S curve. By making it an S curve, we just bring this knee forward a little bit, bring this knee back. Now look, we're gonna have this sort of S flow going through here, right? But understanding these basic curves is really gonna help sort of create more dynamic posing. And it's one of the things you learn in art school, and it's one of the values of doing life drawing studies, because you can practice identifying curves and what poses organically are going to exist in what curvatures, right? Like, if you have a character bending over, almost always they're going to have some sort of C curve to them. It's very rare that you're not going to have a C curve going through, like a character bending forward or something like that. This is unexpected. I noticed something was off. By the way, my question was out of topic. My OC, whether his design has potential or ends up looking like an NPC. to be honest, what makes people recognize a character? Is it due to the design or the art style? Do you really need to have a complicated design in order to be recognizable? You don't. I think your design's fine. I think, you know, selling the design with all of these foundational things is going to help, though. Like, this feels like you're doing an illustration. Doesn't feel like a concept design to me. If it were a concept design to me, I think I would just take out all of the dynamic movement, you know? And I would just do something a little bit more basic to convey the emotion. And there's ways of doing that in a basic way without making it feel boring. Now, for your dude, I don't think there's anything too wrong with it. But I don't think there's anything overly unique that sticks out. And I think the reason it feels odd is just because there's some weakness in the forms. And the way you can fix that is using reference for things like jackets. Like, jackets have seams on them. Every piece of clothing is going to have seams. Tension points are typically going to originate from a combination of the seams on the jacket, and they're going to also originate from things like, you know, shoulders, elbows, places where the body bends, okay? So, because the body is, the clothing is stitched, I'm just going to draw the stitches here, but you're not going to see them on a properly sutured, like, piece of fabric. But these stitches here are the tension point for a lot of these wrinkles. And so this wrinkle here, I don't really know where this is going to. If you want to show sort of a wrinkle going over top of a shoulder here, it would just sort of go over top, you know? Like, there's nothing overly complex that needs to happen here. You would show the shoulder like this, and then maybe have this come over like this. Something like that. Whatever, you know? Wrinkles are kind of, you can get a little abstract with them. But in terms of design, it's not really the way you like there's nothing about your design that is inherently generic, boring, or like lame, you know? But it's the way you executed it that's the issue. And that's sort of what I'm trying to tell you right now with the gesture stuff. And it's also sort of what I'm trying to talk about with the form choices. Like, I could draw a character. I'm not going to draw a full-on character like this, but I could draw a character that has this exact design, and you can make them interesting. And there's ways to do that. Like, this collar here, it's not bad. It's not bad. You've got a large shape here, which is what you should do. You got a large shape here, so I'm just going to put a big L for this shape. You got a medium shape here, and you got a large shape and a medium shape here. The issue, though, is that they're symmetrical. They're perfectly symmetrical. I could flip this, and it'll almost line up the same on the other side. I think having some sort of variety between your shapes is going to make the drawing a little bit more appealing. So if I have this side coming over like this, and then this piece sort of like this, I'm going to make this a little smaller. And then this other side here, maybe I have this collar sort of over here. I feel like that's more interesting. Just having like that curvature shows the shape a little bit more. I also think because this coat is sort of flopping off, maybe you'd have something like this. So there's a little less symmetricality. That's not a word, but you know, symmetry. I don't get how people could easily recognize a character even though it has a simple design. How did such a character become iconic? You know what? I actually have an Instagram reel on this exact thing. And what it is its shape and silhouette, okay? So I don't want to just make you watch my Instagram reel because it just captures exactly what I'm trying to like convey to you right now. So I'm just gonna shout myself out here. Watch this. It's a 50-second video, okay? Come back after that, and then what we'll do is we'll add a silhouette over top of your character, and then we'll identify how readable your character is in a unique way. While you're watching that, I'm going to prep the silhouette. This is going to be very, very painful to do. And when you're back, let me know. I'm gonna grab some water while you're doing that. BRB. You know what? I think I actually just realized I might have sent you the wrong video. Shit. I'm not just here to rack up views on my Instagram reels, but I think I sent the wrong one. I want to send the one on silhouettes, which I don't think was that one. Maybe it was. Where is it? No. Ah, this is the one I wanted to send. Whoopsies! Ignore that one. This is also 50 seconds, though. I do need to get water, though. I'll be right back. Now, I didn't send those just to get, like, one extra view. I do think, like, that Instagram reel, the second one I sent, not the first one. You can ignore the first one. But the second one, I think, really conveys what I'm trying to come across here. Your character's readability and your character's, like, uniqueness is really going to come from the shapes you choose and its silhouette. That's one part of it. There's obviously other parts, like color, simplicity, design. It's a whole mix of things that are going to make your character stand out as unique, okay? But silhouette's a big one, and if you think of all the characters that you imagine in your brain as being unique, they probably have some sort of strong silhouette that conveys some sort of emotion, you know? I'm trying to think of an example. Anime is not a good example, because anime tends to suffer from same-face syndrome a lot. But even, like, characters like Naruto definitely have, like, unique silhouettes. Goku has a unique silhouette, even though they're both anime. They're both iconography. They're both iconographic, is what I mean. Meaning they have shapes that make them unique. Pearlpoy, are you still with me? Give me a thumbs up if you are. Or a hello, or whatever. Just so I know I'm not talking to no one. Rip. I just painted the whole canvas black. Oopsies. Well, back to what I was doing. You make things so complicated. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Did you check out the videos I sent? Or the one I sent anyways? The second one. Both? Good. Okay. So this is stuff that really can make your character feel unique. So the reason your character doesn't feel like he's anything special, or he doesn't feel like he stands out, is there's nothing particular interesting about him. Um, if you really want to have like an iconography, like a strong, it's called iconography. So it's a character's sort of unique traits that are unique to them. And if you want to make a character feel unique, you have to give it sort of these unique design elements. Now, that's not to say that you need to do that for everything, but if your goal is to have like a unique feeling character that doesn't feel like it exists, like your character would be perfect for like a character in like a basic anime or something like that. Would this guy look normal in like My Hero Academia or the Naruto universe? Probably not. He'd be a little bland. But if you're making him like in a world that exists sort of in reality, like I could see your character existing in Death Note, you know? He would fit perfectly in that world. And he doesn't necessarily have to be like he doesn't have to have crazy Goku style hair. He doesn't have to have a big Mario mustache and nose or big Mario hat, you know? He can have like his very boring, or not boring, but more neutral, realistic traits in a world like that, right? So the question has to be, what's the world that this guy exists in? Like if I look at your guy, he kind of looks like Tucker from Full Metal Alchemist. Like if I get rid of the silhouette I drew here, he definitely just kind of looks like Tucker. So he could exist in that world, you know? So it really depends. If you want him to exist in a world that is like super whimsical and super magical and super extravagant and unique, and like a world like Dragon Ball Z or the Naruto universe or One Piece, then this guy's gonna look weird. But if you put him in a world that's like grounded in reality, like well, I say reality with air quotes, but in a world where it's a little bit more similar to our world, then he's gonna fit right in, and he could be any sort of character in that world, good, bad, whatever, you know. So a lot of it also comes down to what you're tailoring the character for. But if you want to have a really, really unique character, start with a silhouette. Start thinking of what you can push, what you can pull, how you can manipulate your character, how you want that universe to feel in terms of character design and all that stuff. So there's a lot more than just a, how do I make a character feel unique? And it really comes down to sort of, you know, what purpose does this character serve in the grander context? I'm back. Where did I miss? We're just doing a little tutorial on how to design a unique character, and I was going into gesture and form and all that fun stuff, silhouettes, blah 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 blah. Right. So, Purple. What I'm trying to tell you is there's no one thing that makes a character unique. It's going to be or interesting. It's going to be a large mix of things. It's going to be silhouette, it's going to be gesture, it's going to be design elements, it's going to be, you know, the clothing he wears, the shape of his eyes, the size or lack of size of his hair, you know? I don't understand the silhouette. It seems like drawing outer lines for me. The silhouette is not outer lines, it's just the form of the character. This is a silhouette. This is a silhouette. There's no other thing that's a silhouette. It's basically just a shadow of the character. And if I put like a shadow over this dude versus a shadow over, you know, this dude, which one to you is more identifiable? And obviously Dragon Ball Z is a big franchise or whatever. But if I take a character like Goku, and even if I compare it to a popular character from a more modern thing that most people would know about, but like is a little bit more generic looking, you're still gonna have a hard time identifying him. Like if I take a silhouette of Tucker from Full Metal Alchemist, it's probably gonna be very difficult for most people to identify it as Tucker from Full Metal Alchemist. He's more of a slice of life romance. He's a historian and also works as someone to help convey your life. Outer lines. No, that's not an outer line. Would be like a line, like these characters here have outer lines. Unless you mean like the outer shapes and stuff like that, then yeah. But the silhouette is basically how they. I guess in your turn, not to be semantically like nitpicky or whatever. Then yeah, the outer lines, like the readability, but it's more about pushing the form and the readability of the forms, and having unique forms and shapes that helps the silhouette. So, Purple, in your case, if he's existing in some slice of life anime where he's some historian dude, I think this works, you know? I think it works. I think the design itself has some weaknesses that I've addressed, or that I can keep addressing, like the wrinkles and all that stuff, and, you know, the decisions. Like, there's just there's a lack of understanding on some of the wrinkles, and there's a bit of a stiffness with the pose. But if you let's say you did that perfectly, this guy could exist in the world that you're thinking of. So a lot of the issues just sort of come from the draftsmanship on a lot of the wrinkles and stuff like that. Clarity, I mean, he reads as a historian, dude, you know? I could see this guy being like a guy who works on a university campus, for sure, or like a PhD or something like that. There's no doubt in my mind that that could exist, or this dude could serve that purpose. But I think there's a lot of like foundational stuff that's missing in terms of your understanding of designing your characters. We say the same thing, I'm just bad at English. Yeah, I noticed that. We're like halfway through my correction there. We're definitely saying the same thing, but using different words. So like I said, Purple, any advice I give you on this is going to come down to fixing your drawing ability on like trying to execute the things you want to do. Because imagination wise, the decisions you're making, like the brown cloak, the turtleneck, the glasses, the like mature hairline, you know, all of these things, the dress shoes, the dress pants, the belt, all of these things, they work for what you're going for. But your ability to execute them, there's still some improvement there that we could have. So when I'm focusing on things like gesture, or if I'm telling you that there are like wrinkle lines that you could add, or like your wrinkles are weird, or your rendering is a little weird, that stuff is going to serve you a lot more because you clearly know what you're doing when it comes to deciding the elements that you want to add into your character, but you're not able to execute on them properly. So that's sort of your weakness. That should be your focus, is getting your draftsmanship ability up. And that's going to come down to learning fundamental stuff. Like gesture. I'll write it down for you, just so you have a list. Gesture. Folds. Well, yeah, from the gesture, he doesn't give me the ENTP energy I'm looking for. I don't know what ENTP is. Like a personality type? ENTP. Oh, the debater. It's more than that, though. I think it's like, there's a lack of understanding in sort of like gesture in general that I think you could work on. I would recommend, if I were like your teacher, I would say you need to start doing reference studies, and you need to start doing costume studies. Or sorry, not reference studies. Gesture practice and life drawing. Wait, is that it is? Holy shit. What are you talking about? What do you recommend for me? I don't know. I haven't seen your work in a while. So, I would say do life drawing studies, like a lot. Try to identify the main gestures going through them. And for folds, look up tutorials and do practicing. Practice some folds over like basic geometric shapes, like cylinders, spheres, cubes, whatever. Practice folds. Additional stuff you could do. Also, look into how other artists render clothing. And this is going to be look at reference. I think if you start doing these things, you'll get a lot more improvement. Because you have a base understanding of things, but you've got some weaknesses in these areas. And it's not letting you execute the way that you would like to. Because you have good ideas, and you understand sort of like the richness you need in a character's like clothing, fabric, all that stuff. But you just can't pull it off currently. So hopefully that helps. Eat that. Eat that. That. ENTP is supposed to be someone who's extremely introverted. From his gesture, he doesn't look like one. Yeah, well, if he's introverted, you know, maybe if his hand like talking like this, sticking out, and then maybe he's got like a hand on his hip as he's talking to someone, you know, blah blah blah. Yap 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 yap. You know, something like that. He's like, ha ha ha, I'm talking, blah blah blah, I'm talking, you know. Maybe something a little bit more like that. Or if he's debating, maybe it's something else, I don't know. There's a billion different gestures you could do and poses you could do, but you need to understand sort of the fundamentals to be able to execute on that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, no worries, dude. I think the difficult thing with teaching sometimes, or giving people advice, is some concepts are so new that it's not obvious to somebody who doesn't know them their value, and so they tend to get swept away. So just trust that if I say like do some life drawing and try to identify gestures, do some fold practice, it'll help you. I promise. I have exams tomorrow, but I don't know what exams. I'll probably fail badly. Bro, what? Sorry, I suck at typing? Don't worry. If you want to explain it again, you can, dude. No miracle in this world will make me pass. Well, you could study right now. How do you draw without any guidelines? Years of drawing with guidelines. That's all it is. It's all it is. It's not magic. My brain's not special. I've just spent years drawing with guidelines. I wonder why architecture sketches tend to look better without using a ruler. I think it's because it feels more textural. I think when you use a ruler, You're moving your hand in ways that are like more restrictive, so that it's just like you don't get all those little tiny little wobbles that the hand has. That's sort of my guess. I really don't know the answer, but if I had to guess, that's what I would say. Also, Hannon Tornado Dior, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like, in my head, there's guidelines, okay? Like, if you see me doing these tiny little lines, I'm trying to track the perspective here in my brain. And then I erase them, and then I'm like, okay, it's like roughly here. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's roughly here. That's what I'm doing. And then I'll erase these out later. But these are guidelines. The issue is the perspective isn't working in terms of, like, the rest of these lines. Now, that's not to say you can't use a ruler. Just gotta do some scribblies here. I don't need to go into, like, super hardcore detail. Can I share my work and get your opinion? I've been struggling to understand this pose. Go for it, dude. Does it help if you made the sketch using a ruler and then trace over it? You mean for like character design or building design? It's gonna be a different answer. Hey, Dino Kitty. Hello. What up, Dino Kitty? How you doing? Building. You should probably learn with a ruler first. You should probably learn with a ruler, for sure. And you should trace over it, for sure. You're not going to be able to draw without a ruler without years of drawing with one. Even now, I should probably use a ruler, because I'm struggling here a little bit. Like, my perspective's probably not right. It doesn't feel fully right to me. And I can't spot why it's not right. But if I added a grid, I probably could. How you doing, Dino? How's your animation coming? Still doing it? You still working? Or you been snoozing? Okay if you've been snoozing. Everybody snoozes from time to time. Churches have this, like, giant tower behind them. Or they don't always, but... I'm chilling, finished a commish, now I'm playing Pokopia. Yeah, still working on animation? Hell yeah. Just basics, just basics. Made an eyeball bounce. Oh, good, dude. It's good. That's good practice. It's almost 3 a.m. I gotta go. Thanks for your help. All right, big dog. Catch you in the next one. Also, Ray, just let me know when you've posted in the critiques channel, and I'll take a look. I might go... When's the next ad? 20 minutes? Okay. Snack, what are you using as reference for this? Nothing right now. I'm looking at this. Because this I found like a diagram online of like the proportions of a church front. Gothic church. Let's see if I can find it. Anatomy. Yeah, I found this online. And so I started off with this. This was like my starting point. Was this sort of like graphic I found that breaks out the structure. But for this I'm not using anything. But this is based off of a study of this, and then this is me taking this study and seeing if I can apply it in 3 dimensions. So I'm trying to build on my knowledge. That's sort of my goal. Baby steps, you know? That's why it's taking me so long, because I'm trying to internalize a lot of the stuff that I was learning earlier. I also think the height on this should be taller. Whoa. I've always been fascinated with the architecture of churches. Same, dude. I feel like Gothic churches are just so dope. I should look at more reference, because I don't really know where to go from here. Once I've got, like, these buttresses in, I don't really know what to do. Fuck. Montana Arania, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Frodo. Thank you for the follow, Frodo. That's a really funny name. I love Indian food. Indian food slaps, bro. That shit goes crazy. Like, this feels, like, weird to me, you know? It's the right height. It just feels, like, empty on this side. I'm wondering why. Better like that. Indian food's not my cup of tea. I love the vibes and the places, though. I mean, it's definitely out there. You know, if you're not into like crazy flavors and shit, it might not be for you. But I'm gonna take my liquefy and just fuck with this a little bit. Now the issue is I don't know what to do with the roof. I'm gonna see if I can find another like diagram. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, I forgot. So all Catholic churches have, they're shaped like crosses. That's why it feels so, like, basic to me right now. So here's another diagram. I'm doing the front side, though, so I'm looking at the opposite side. Or actually, be more like this. Yeah, so this is sort of what I'm drawing. But that means that this would actually turn into something a little bit more like this. So we're going to run a line out this way. So let me make sure I'm getting my perspective right here. There you go. That looks a little bit better. This should be a lot longer. What else am I missing on this thing? It's a little tall. All the things I thought I knew, I thought we should be. Realized that I could do that a lot cleaner. Everything close to me just fade away. All this time you were pretending, so much for my happy ending. I'm having maple syrup on mine? Hell yeah, dude, represent. Brekkie for dinner. In the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna go make a little tuna sandwich. I'm kind of hungry-wongy, you know? I think this could be a little lower. Damn. All things I thought I knew. Snack, you cook? I mean, I'm making a tuna sandwich, bro. It's not the most culinary. It's not like some gourmet shit or anything. It's tuna and mayo in a wrap. But I dabble. Sometimes. I see these double lines up here. Honest. Oh, can you cook? I mean, I can. I can follow recipes. I'm not like stupid. I'm not like probably not the craziest chef in the world, but I'm not incompetent. The only one. I think this roof would actually be shorter. Dude, what layer am I drawing on? Maybe I like it longer. Hot carrots, that's right. He's cooking right now. Exactly. So much for my happy ending. Everything that you wanted. All this time you were pretending. So much for my happy ending. Are Muslims allowed in churches? Yeah, man. Of course. Why not? Look, I'm an atheist, so if I don't burst into flames, dude, you'll be fine. Yeah, except for you. Okay. How much longer do we have before I gotta run an ad? 17 minutes. God damn. I'm actually just so fucking hungry. You'll believe in God one day. I believe in you. Right. Keep holding your breath. Or don't hold your breath, I should say. Okay, how would I stylize the roof? What does a roof tile look like on a church? This diagram doesn't show it. I'm gonna have to find another reference. All that she wants is another baby. Is another baby. Snack enjoying a song from my choice. What an achievement. Discord link. No worries, dude. Raid, are you hanging around for another 10 minutes at least? I kind of want to go get something to eat, but I'm not going to be more than like 5 minutes. All that she wants is another baby. Ah! Oh yeah, a 1.9. Rough, dude. Is another baby. Yeah. I don't actually know what the backside looks like. It could just be like completely different than what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna make balconies here, fuck it. Hey, Snacky Wacky, what up? What up, 8? How you doing? Just gonna merge these layers, fuck it. The only thing I'm doing on this layer is drawing churches anyways. I'm packing. Packing what? Oh shit, 7 inches? Damn. I'm good, finally eating some food. Fuck, don't tease me, dude. I'm so hungry. Right, I might go eat. I might have to put off your critique till after I'm done eating. Fuck. Lost Nom. Welcome in, dude. Speaking of noms, dude. Alright, look, I'm gonna go eat. Just 13 minutes for the ad. I'm gonna run the ads now just because I'm not gonna be here. I might as well. I'll BRB in 5-ish minutes, alright? And then we'll do a critique for probably a little longer than 5 minutes. We'll see. I'll be right back. It's not gonna take more than 10 minutes, though. I just gotta cook an egg. BRB. Mods, can you help out Raid while I'm taking a leak and making food? BRB. D-Gen's getting up to. I see you guys right now. Alright, Raid, I'm gonna get to your thing in 2 seconds. I got a sandwich here that I got a fucking dummy. And of course I'm doing it while I'm live and not off camera, because, or off mic, I should say. Because I'm all about the content. So you guys get to hear me eat this egg and tuna sandwich. There's egg yolk in my mustache right now. I get food in my beard? How do I not get food in my beard? Don't have a beard, I guess? I don't know. It comes with the territory of facial hair. Just get used to cleaning your face a lot. I don't want to lose my beard. It's all I have to decorate my chin and jaw. And then get used to wiping it down. Get back. Alright. Raid, you still with us? You still alive, big dog? If you are, speak now. And we'll go over your thing. I just had to clean my face and get some water. Downsides of mustaches. 95% gay? Right. Keep projecting. Forever hold your peace, that's right. Given that we're drawing churches, that's very on brand. EJ, ain't not doing that ground. Should I read the chat messages that were sent while I was away, or are they pointless? Okay. It seems all good. Pointless. Very nice. Snack chat is gayifying. I'm not scared. I'm fascinating. You can be as gay as you want, dude. Do you want feedback? You good to go? Your color picking is fine, so I'm gonna stick to the one with just the line art here. Oops, I didn't mean to save the image. I just mean to copy the image. Open link, copy image, boom. We'll go back over here so we have more room. Underground. First question. And this should just be a thing that I ask everybody from now on. Do you flip your canvas ever? I assume you do. This doesn't look like, this looks like you're definitely more than just a beginner, so. A little, yeah? Okay, start doing it more. Start doing it more. Make it a habit. Okay. Again, I don't know if you were here this morning when we were talking about plumb lines, but this character's off balance. So how do we get this pose without the character being off balance? I've never actually drawn this pose, I don't think. It's kind of a tough pose to do. I shouldn't draw on your character, actually. These lines here, I think, should be curved down more. It's just gonna help sell the perspective. In this room for so long. The hips are gonna be a little bit higher up. When you've got like a foreshortened thing like this, perspective is a little bit more. There's a lot more overlap. Her legs are kind of short. Her head should be. You should see a lot less of the neck because of the perspective. So I'm gonna take your head here. I'm just gonna trace the shape. To move on, waiting for tonight. Oh, she's like tilting her head actually a little bit more like this. Waiting for tonight. Whoa. On this moon for so long. Waiting for tonight. Oh. You will be here in my arms. Waiting for tonight. Whoa. In this moon for so long. I think the hips could even go higher here. Let me get rid of your thing, just so that I have an idea of... Still feels really off balance to me. How would I fix this? Well, tonight, oh, be here in my arms. Oops, waiting for tonight. Wow, this one for so long. There are certain things that I feel like just don't work really well. Having like an extreme tilt, I guess you could probably do it. I'm trying to think of how I would do it. Just a little line here for the neck. This one for so long. Waiting for tonight. I'll be here in my arms. The issue is you have her leaning really forward. The pose and the design on the hands and stuff is totally fine. Even the eye, well, I'd fix some stuff in the face and we can go over that in a sec. I just want to get the pose working right. I think right now it's still like the plumb line is a little bit better here if I draw it down. Still feels kinda weird though. Could show a little bit under that foot there and a little under there. Trying to make sure, I'm trying to push it as much as I can. if she's looking at something on the ground, her face would not have this like upward tilt. So you've kind of got this this tilt where the head is tilted upwards, almost like she's looking at something in that direction above her like her horizon line. She's looking up. Her head here indicates that she's looking up. Or the eyes, at least. The head tilt is down, but the eyes are off. So how do we fix that? We're going to rotate things downwards. And so I'm just going to roughen your hand here. I'm also going to have this magnifying glass here just sort of tilted down a little bit in her eye direction. Because right now, this magnifying glass is going this way. And if she's looking at a thing here, it's going to be a little bit more angled down that way relative to her eye position. You gotta think of like a straight line here, right? Like if I'm drawing a line going from her eye to this thing, which is what this is supposed to be, this needs to be between there. So this needs to be up like this. You know what I'm saying? You know? But her head's too high, so we're lowering it in general. Oops. So now I think her eye line is going to be a little bit more straight on. You don't need to have it rotated. You can have this thing rotated however you want. I would just sort of have it a little bit more profile because it's going to be centered on this thing here. Now her eyes. How are we doing the eyes? She's smiling. But if she's doing like a face, her legs are kind of short relative to her body. I don't on the design, yeah. That's why I lowered them a little bit. So I've added a little bit more height to her legs here, so she's a little bit more proportional, and I've lowered her torso, so it's a little bit more even. If she's doing like a face. Like, think of yourself right now, Raid. Let's say you're looking at something and you're going, and you're putting your hand up to your face. Are you going to smile? Do you think you would smile? I want to know what you would think. If you're looking at something and you're going, do you think you'd have a big smile on your face? I feel like that would feel, in my opinion, if I did that, it would look insane. I would look like a crazy person. Having a big smile on my face with, like, my hand across my face thinking... Like, with a big smile. It's almost like sinister. So I would, if we're doing the finger thing, you know, the finger thing or whatever. I guess not. I would say pick one. If you want to make her smile, if you want to make her look happy, like she's discovering something cool, you could totally do that. But I think to have like the finger thing and the smile, I don't think it works super well. Maybe there's a way to pull it off. I'll leave it up to you to figure it out if you're dead set on doing that. I can't think of a reason why you'd be smiling if you're also pondering something. Unless you're thinking of something funny, I guess. But she's looking at something and she's trying to focus right now. So I think it'd be more like a, you know, something like that. Where's your table thing? Okay, that's the perspective on it. I'm changing this to a circle down here because it's going to indicate a little bit more perspective. Might be too much perspective, actually. I'm going to flatten it out. She's meant to be looking for clues. Then she'd definitely be having more of a face than a happy, smiling face. I just don't think it matches. You know, something like that. You don't have to do this exact style. It's just sort of... Yeah, I want to see how you draw your nose. Tiny little nose. She's also got sort of like an upper lip here that I didn't capture. If I made a face while smiling, I would look like I was about to draw Mpreg, as long as it's not me, dude. Don't like that. We're giving her a pointy chin. Totally fine. I'm gonna flip this eye. See how that works. I don't know if I like that. It's too extreme. I'm gonna keep it flipped down. We're gonna make the eyebrow smaller because I made it a little bit too big. You can also change a lot of this stuff, but. And then the hair. The hair's fine. There's nothing like, I don't have any like crazy feedback on the hair. You know, just. I'm just gonna do some scribbles, okay? I'm not gonna do like crazy detail for the hair. Your hair's fine. You can maybe have a little bit more variety in your shapes here. They're kind of all the same length. The general like structure of the hair, I'm gonna get rid of my drawing here. The general structure of the hair going across here is fine. You could have a little bit more flow, I guess you could say. And what I mean by that is, let's say, like, there's no sense that, like, the hair is, like, originating from a certain point. They all kind of just seem random. If it's curling, that's fine, but I think it would... I mean, you do have it originating, but it's not, like... I feel like... just be a bit more... pushed. Like, these hairs here, if I get rid of my drawings... This hair... is going to here, this hair is going to here, this hair is going to here, this hair is going to here. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I know hair kind of comes out from all over the head, but I think it's going to feel a little bit better if there's a bit more intentionality towards the origin points. So I think doing something a little bit more like, you know, everything sort of coming more or less from the same spot. Might help. You can kind of ignore my feedback on this if you don't want to do it, but anyways. That's what I would say. You could probably push the hips back more. I'm looking at how extreme you pushed your hips back. Mine feel a little toned down in comparison. So I would say I could probably push these a bit more back. I just don't know if I want to do it too much, because then it feels like she's falling. I don't want her to feel off balance. That's my concern. It's a fine line between the two. I'm just drawing contour lines here just so I can visualize sort of where the legs are bending from. Yeah, she feels like off balance if I push it too much. Maybe I push the head forward more. Head and torso more. Don't know. I don't really know. Personally, if I were doing something like this, I wouldn't even do these legs. If it were me, I wouldn't do these legs. I'd probably just have her straight up doing like a big C-curve pose. So I'll copy this. Oops. Copy this layer and just give you an example of what I mean. Get rid of that. Nope, get rid of that. I would get rid of all this, and I would do a big C-curve almost. To really direct the eye at the thing she's looking at, you know? Maybe she has a leg out. Maybe she's like got her foot up on a block or something. And then maybe I'd push the head down a little more. I don't know. Something like that. These are just options, okay? These are not things you have to do. I just feel like this pose, she's got a smile on her face, which to me indicates I'm trying to be cute or I'm happy or whatever. I don't have an emotion that's tied to the action we're trying to make her have. I think I was trying to make her stand on her heels, like she's surprised. Oh, that's like really tough. This like pose is like a cutesy pose. This is like, I feel like this is a character that's like, you know, somebody's like, oopsies, haha, you know, like they're trying to look adorable or whatever. That's sort of how that reads when I see like the legs like this. It's like kind of like an ooh-woo type pose. It's not like investigative detective type pose. If we're doing shocked with the legs, we have to do shocked with the face. I feel like there needs to be some consistency. So it's going to be a completely different expression. Like this face, like this eye here, and this eye here, to me is indicating I'm focusing in on something. I'm getting locked in, you know? It's not a reactive face. You wouldn't have one eye closed if you're shocked and reacting to something. Your face would be like, you know, both eyes would be like wide open. Something like this. So I think the pose has to also serve the face. They have to work together. This would be like a shocked face, you know? And then you could do like a big jump, like reaction. But if she's investigating something and doing like a face, she can't also have that face, but her body is jumping in fright or surprise. Just doesn't logically make any sense. At least that's how I feel about it. If you can figure out a way to do it, more power to you. But I think you're conveying two different emotions by having that face with a shocked body, you know? Looks to me like you were going for a koi pinup. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I know exactly where you're going. Pin-up art. I will say, as appealing as pinup art is, and it's really well done, I don't know if it's the most efficient at conveying, like a story or like a scene. It is great anatomy and it's great structure and it's great posing, but I don't know that like a lot of these pinup things I'm looking at and I'm like, I don't know what this girl's doing, you know? Let me see if I can find one that doesn't have her tits out. Give me 2 seconds here. Like, I could see a pose like this with an investigative element to it, you know? You give this girl something like her arm up and like, you know, the same sort of idea with your arms here. And then you turn her head to look this way. I could totally see a pose like this work a little bit better. Like, she's getting comfortable and she's locking in a little bit, and it's got that pin-up element. But I feel like we gotta decide what we're doing a little bit, because it feels like we're going for two different things with the face and the body. Does this make sense, what I'm saying? I used to paint pinups. I bet you could find a similar pose for ref. You probably could. I know exactly like the look you're going for. Like I bet you there's even girls that are holding like magnifying glasses in pinup art. See if I can find something on Pinterest. Pinup investigator. Oh my god, fuck off. Oh no. It's trying to get me to put in my cell phone number. Pinterest. No. Pin up. Investigator. Art. Oh no. I'm trying to find something here. I don't know. I can't really find any good examples. Anyways, the point is, find some cohesiveness between what you want the image to convey. If you're going for a cutesy look and you're just doing like an investigator girl with like a magnifying glass in her hand, you could totally do that. But I think like there's just a conflict between what the legs are doing, what the face is doing, and what the torso is doing, and these need to be aligned. They are in the Discord. That's where I got their drawing from. Yeah, so make a decision on the character's intention. And apply it everywhere. That's what I would say. And then the alt version was something like that also was another alternative. I don't really like that one as much, but okay, but what about the arm? I was unable to draw the placement of the other side. I think you did pretty okay, actually. I think, like, you can maybe do, like, an indication of it there a little bit more. Realistically, like, this is a really foreshortened arm here. You're not gonna see a whole lot. I think you could flare it out, maybe. It's not really gonna serve the pose as much. I think having more space between this hand, this bottom hand here, and this top hand is going to let you define the arm a little bit more. The issue right now is you've got too much shit going on here that there's no space to actually draw the forearm in a way that's not going to feel overly cluttered, right? So I think changing up the pose a little bit is what you need to do if that's your goal. Hey, Snack, what up, Seimei? This is not the right song. It doesn't seem like... Well, it's because you did SR. You can't do SR. Let me get rid of your queue, I guess. Which one did you queue up? You did... Inshallah XLR. Oh, this song. We'll skip this one then. If I want to define this arm more, I need to create more space. So if I want to create more space, I need to move this arm over. So I'd do something like that, probably. Besides, when you use a magnifying glass, I'm pretty sure you get way closer to the object. So do something like that. Now, by doing this, I've created all of this space over here to define my other arm a little bit better, and it's not gonna feel like it's conflicting with this arm here as much. So that's sort of how I would deal with that. Is if my arm is not reading properly, I would just move shit so that I have room to make it read properly. Probably make more room too. I don't know. Do you have a photo, or do you have a camera at home? I would literally just put yourself in this pose, take a picture of yourself, and reference it. It's gonna be really difficult to guess a lot of this stuff. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. How you doing, Sammy? Also, if your arm's coming forward like that, you're probably going to get a little bit more internal rotation on the shoulder, so it's going to be a little bit more forward like that. Instead of sticking off the body like this. You wouldn't have that as much. Probably just be more flush to the back. I'm okay, been dealing with some shit. Damn, dude. That sucks. Well, hopefully, you know, it's solvable. Okay. That's sort of where I'll leave you on this one. I think if you want to be able to define this arm here, you need to create space. And I think you kind of just got to rework the whole pose and decide what you're going for. If you're doing like a cutesy thing, just do a cutesy thing. Commit to it, right? If you're doing like an investigative thing, commit to that. Just pick a thing. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't try and figure it out as you're going along, you know? Anyways, I've sort of yapped on this one forever. And back to churches. Okay, I'll take that to heart. Sorry if it's a mess. No, it's all good, dude. It's all good. You gotta learn this stuff. You can't, like, do it without knowing it, you know? Like, I used to make these mistakes all the time, too, and then I'd have a teacher being like, hey, dude, you gotta hard commit to some shit. What's he doing here? Granted, I come from an animation background, so a lot of my training is for, like, animation work. So you're gonna have, like, a lot more character intentionality in animation, because you're telling stories, right? But don't stop. Keep going. The buildings are back. That's right, baby. They are. Cool style and expressions. Thanks, man. You talking about These guys, or like the... This is not me. This was done by Raid 27, right above you. I was just giving feedback. This is what I draw mostly, stuff like this, and now we're doing buildings. But guys, I gotta switch my freaking headphones, dude. My neck's killing me. Whoa, a cathedral. Snag gonna become an environment designer? I'm trying to, actually. Unironically, yes, I am trying to be an environment designer. Not because I want to do that professionally, but because I want to make a comic, and I don't know how to do backgrounds. Yeah, let me switch my phones. Seconds. Bluetooth. There we go. Side quest, learn Blender. I don't know about that one. That seems like a pain in the ass. Oops, I didn't mean to pause the music. I just switched my headphones, sorry. There we go. Me down. I smile, I'm a super villain, I love them. What up, Opato? Sorry I missed your message, dude. I was all over the place there. I've been lurking, I just wanted to compliment as well. Good evening, Mr. Snack. Thank you, Mr. Lazy. I mean, I feel like you know all this stuff. You've been here before. My music is so loud. I'm gonna start screaming if I don't turn it down. Give me a sec. There you go. I'm gonna have to move this church, because there's a lot more that I gotta do on the backside, but I just don't have room for it. Let me move this shit. I should start going through that Blender Colosso class. I've taken a Colosso class before. I thought it was pretty good. Depends on the class, obviously. Yeah, that's the architecture inside. It's also... Is that inside? I don't even know. I don't even know what the hell these are for. I don't think you'd have buttresses here, but it looks complicated when you do. Like a witch. Blender will take time. Right now I need to get better at drawing consistently. I suck at form. Yeah, that's sort of my logic. Right now I just gotta get better at drawing buildings. That's all that matters right now. And at least till next week, and I'm tired of it. Honestly, don't hate drawing buildings, though. Minus the person that solo creates 3D Toho fight animations. That sounds crazy. Real men watch Xiao Zhao stickmen fight and use their imagination and appreciate the choreography. Honestly, a lot of like the Sakuga artists in like modern anime, a lot of them are OG stickmen guys from like Newgrounds and shit like that back in the day. So that's not the wrong answer. It teaches you choreography really, really well with limited resources, you know? So you don't have to like hard commit to anything too crazy. So if you want to get into doing like dynamic fighting and stuff, stickmen's probably the way to start. Need to tighten these lines down. Get through that course and maybe I'll be on my way to making video games. Is that what you want to do, Siren? You want to be a gamer? Or a game creator, I guess? Not a gamer, but there is a difference, believe it or not. But I guess it does help to be a gamer, too. I don't like that. Angles are odd. Yeah, I want to make games currently. Working on nursing license. Very nice. You could do... I feel like 3D modeling is probably the way to go. Man, I love the music that you put on the YouTube stream. Are you being sarcastic? Is my music just not playing right now? Oh no, you're talking about the YouTube thing, eh? Or the not YouTube. It's just Pokemon. It's literally just like Pokemon playlists. That's all it is. It's whatever is gonna not get me copyright infringed. I would do like the tall pillar there, but it's like blocked by my diagram here. Currently, I gotta decide which idea to work on first. Between coding, I actually have an RPG Maker Ace thing. I was definitely thinking of Unreal Engine. I haven't heard of Game Maker. I used Godot when I first started experimenting. There was a point in time where I wanted to make a game. I just kind of jump all over the place with like ideas and projects and stuff. I am kind of like ADD when it comes to like the projects I want to pursue. And at some point, I considered doing a game on Godot. Mostly because it was free. I remember when YouTube stream was just silent. Do you miss those days? I'm gonna have to be a little bit more intentional with the way I do the roof. I kind of just want something simple, but I just don't know how to approach it. I also want to try CryEngine because it's free, and why not? Blender once had a game engine too. Did they? Simple on a church? Not saying that I want it to be simple. What I'm saying is I want to figure out a way to simplify it. Like, create a system in my head for creating things that look complicated, but aren't. There's a lot of artists that do that. So, like, a lot of art sometimes looks really complicated, but if you look at, like, what the artist actually did, it's not that deep. No, I do not miss those days. Okay, got it. Music on YouTube. I was consistently interested in isometric type games. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to do a isometric, like, top-down game. I just don't know how to code or anything. And I'm not like, I don't want to hard commit enough to say that I would join forces with someone, you know? Holy fuck. This shit is so complex. I had some ideas like priest blessing water to repel vampires to hang out of the church. Another was a coffee apocalypse and people acting like zombies because of coffee. That's funny. That's what ChatGPT's for? No. I mean, this is fucking... That thing is not reliable enough to use as like a coding agent. Maybe in some degree, but still have to troubleshoot the code, and I don't really know how to do that. I'm not really interested in that. Bro, I have no fucking clue. I need, like, way more room here. Dude, this song is so long. I'm skipping to the next one. It's too long. I'm gonna start, I'm probably gonna update the bot so that it caps songs at like 5 minutes. Some songs are way too long. The last one I want to do is something like Rune Factory, but with survival aspects like Terraria or Minecraft. I don't want to listen to this fucking song either. I can't stand this song. Whoa, what the fuck? Picky snack, bro. Tones and I is like a notoriously annoying song. I had to listen to that shit when I worked in a fucking mall, like nonstop. It gives me like PTSD. I can't stand it. Or Dance Monkey is what it's called, by Tones and I. New Jobs, Lovesick. At least it's a classic. I'm chasing waterfall. The river, the lakes that you're used to. I like that song. I don't get the hate. I'm sure if it was the first time I'd heard it, it'd be fine. But I think, like, there's certain songs that just, like, drive me fucking crazy. That one is definitely one of them. I know it's a bit of a meme that, like, it drives people crazy, but it genuinely drives me crazy. I gotta think of my perspective here. That or the gummy ship theme from Kingdom Hearts 2? I don't think I recognize that. That probably wouldn't trigger me as much. What was that song you did at the end of Black History Month that everyone hated but I liked? I'm not telling you because you're just going to cue it up. No, I won't. I think it was called Martin Luther King. I don't know who it was by. MLK by Ye? Definitely not. It was by somebody who's not very good. No, it's something like Mandela or something. I think it was Martin Luther King. Please, man, I for real want it. I'm telling you, that's what it is. I'm not making it up. You can ask Jadu. He's the one who, like, queued it up. Yeah, by You Know Miles, that one. Go chasing waterfall. Found it, what a banger. There's something out there for everyone, you know? Listening to New Job S just reminds me of Samurai Champloo, bro. Which is fire, by the way. Mr. Watanabe hater, huh? Ooh-wee. This is quite a difficult task to draw a stupid church. It's a cathedral, I should say. If you want to know the name of the song, right, it's on the screen. There's a little thing at the bottom corner on the bottom left. It's called Lovesick by Nujabes. Nujabes. The environments are, in fact, that complex. They're even more complex. I'm leaving out a lot of shit just because I don't have the draftsmanship to actually do it, but... There's also plants to worry about drawing. I know. There's so much to do in environments. Rocks, plants, mountains, trees. Oh, my phone's gonna die. No. Thank you for the warning. Well, it's important to know when Nancy's disappearing. The ads. I know. What are you gonna do, huh? I checked out. I have a philosophy and religion and English exam tomorrow. I'm gonna dip to do some late night studying. Peace, dog. Good luck. Good luck on your exam. Let me know how it goes. The balls, plural, are coming out. Where are you putting them? Surely nowhere near me. Unless. Baby. Yeah, no. About it. And then they come around. Just gotta do a little neck stretch, guys. My like neck is starting to act up. It's acting up. A lot of my muscle aches, I realized they're in my omohyoid bone. I think that's what it's called, or not omohyoid bone. My omohyoid muscle. That was called omohyoid. Yeah. That's where, like, a lot of my aches are, is in that stupid little horizontal muscle. It attaches to your scapula. Snack pack, cat pack, snack, snack pack. See? Didn't even stutter, dude. I'm a fucking reading god. How you doing, Beanois? I'm gonna stretch my neck, so don't expect me to talk for the next 30 seconds. Not yet. Do a jiggle? Shit. Damon, you know it, do. You know it, do. Good. How's your drawing going? Painfully. How's your drawing going, Beanois? Hey, everyone. What up, Oni? A little tight on those. Someone told me your breasts are fake, Snack. What do you have to say about those allegations? I'm neither going to confirm nor deny. I think I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. My breasts are whatever you want them to be. That's wrong. That is very wrong. Thank you so much. I'll let the press know. Go for it. They turned on the electricity. It's time to draw. Hell yeah, dude. Is it daytime where you're at, Peachy? I assume not. If you're in, like, Eastern Europe, it's definitely not daytime. Maybe it is, I don't know. Hey. 11 p.m. Yeah, that's not too bad. Nancy, thank you for the 2 months. My phone died. Rip, moved to my TV. No, not the TV. Nancy, don't let my mods bully you. You can have me up on as many screens as you want. I'm yours to do with as you want, digitally. So tedious. I'm a devoted snack head. That's right. I was with my buddy the other day, and he gave me a name for the community, and I was like, that's dumb. But he wanted me to call you guys Snackalites, and I was like, I don't know if I like that one. Not pervy enough? What do you want it to be? What's pervier? Snack missive? My little snack missives? My snack payers. Like taxpayer, you know? Not enough implied submission and supplication, I see. I'm open to ideas. Woo-wee! Dude, doing those lines was fucking stressful. Hitmouse? I'm gonna get sued by the actual animation studio. Fred's Canadian? Oh, I thought you were talking about, like, a title. No, 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 no. Right now, focused on anatomy, organic art, teacher, French Canadian. I'm a teacher. Thank you. Some of these need to be turned inside out for important stream growth reasons. Oh yeah, which ones? Coach me. Coach me, Damon Sensei. Bro, being a background artist is crazy. Just keep on dancing. That don't look right. That don't look right. Forced drama and beef is important. I could start the drama with Glad if you want. I don't know if she could take it though. And I feel like it would start as a joke and then she would just like actually get mad at me. I gotta start joining like debates, you know? No, 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 no. I don't like that. I don't like that. We need to spread the identity of Shadman or something outrageous. You used to be big on Newgrounds. A lot of my friends did, not me though. I got to animation pretty late in the game. I got to drawing in general pretty late to the game. And I don't know anything about Shadman. That's too controversial for me. I don't know if I want that one. Fuck. Christ. I probably shouldn't say that while I'm drawing a cathedral. Oh, it's just exhausting. You used to hang out with Zone? I don't even know what that is. Yeah. Way. Well, we're down to scraping the barrel. You need to do vocals for Nickelback then. I feel like the best solution is just to provide value, and then people will come, you know? That looks crooked. It feels crooked, but I don't think it is. That way. Why are you looking into beef? This time. A, use rulers. I don't want to use a ruler. I want to learn the freehand shit. Make it fisheye just to divest the last few vestiges of sanity. I mean, I could just take a liquefy tool and just, like, fuck everything up, you know? There you go. Fisheye. It's you that I want, promiscuous boy. Put a puddle under it with rippling surface reflections. I feel like you're like trying to get me to kill myself, dude. This boy, get to the point. Don't be mean. Damn, Snack doing architecture? I'm trying. I mean, it's not really architecture. I'm like, I don't think... No engineer would take this and be like, thank you for all your hard work. You know? They'd be like, what the fuck do you want me to do with this? It's alright. Promiscuous boy. Snack's hand is trembling. Not yet. My hand is stable. Promiscuous boy. Boom 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 boom. I gotta understand sort of the backside here on this cathedral. Ooh, you know what I'm missing? Stairs, bro. Whenever ads hit, Snack's doing S curves off screen canvas just to quiet the demons. Honestly, I do whenever I'm stressed at work, I have this habit of just drawing straight lines one after the other and trying to keep them as lined up as I can. It's both like a form of practice and it's also just like a stress relief. I'm trying to keep this line here as straight as possible, while moving as fast as I can, you know, or adding curvatures to it. I do this in pen on notepads at work. Ooh-wee. Huh. Snack trying to improve his straightness with the daily grind. You know it, brother. You make it hard, though. I'm that good. Yeah, exactly. Be a friend to the end. Umbrella. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out where to put line weight. I want to rewatch Psycho Pass. Bro, I haven't heard that name in so long, dude. Oh my god. I can't remember. Was it even good? I remember, like, watching it a long, long time ago. I can't remember if I enjoyed it or not. Or if I even finished it. I am Marilla. Murder. Ooh, maybe it's raining. Come into me. Come into me. Maybe it's raining, raining. The first ending song carried me through the series. It's Jujutsu Kaisen season now. Is that what it is? There was an ACC A13 tied over between the two. I don't know what that means. As usual. I haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen at all, nor Freerun or whatever it's called. Yeah, me neither, dude. Don't worry, we're the same. I haven't watched any anime in a while. I want a channel pull for what? It means bacon, lettuce, and tomato. Ah, that makes sense. I know what that means. Do you eat your dessert first? No, dude. I guarantee we don't need a poll for that, dude. I guarantee most people don't eat their dessert first. Or keep it at the end of the meal. I would say most people keep it at the end of the meal. Call me traditional. I do. I always eat it first. Legit, we need a poll to shatter snacks misconceptions. Alright. If there's a mod in here, they can run it. If there isn't, you're free to go fetch one, but I'm not doing it. You've got me curious enough. Maybe I'll do it. If somebody guides me, I'll do it. I don't think I've ever ran a poll before. Like, myself. I've ran polls, just not by me. Okay. How the fuck do I run a poll? Let's figure this shit out. So many options. If you dip your fries in ice cream, since you technically taste the ice cream first, does that mean you're eating the dessert first? No, that's different. Because when I go to Wendy's, I do that. But I don't do that, like, as a default, you know? Okay. I don't know how to run a poll. Chat, someone help me. Mod view? No. Ask ChatGPT. No ones and twos. I want an actual. We're doing this official if we're doing it. I don't trust your filthy data, Beanwa. I want it raw. I want to see the actual answers. Let's see. Chat settings. I really don't know how to run a poll. Somebody here must know how to make a poll. Wow. I just feel like chat commands could be influenced by like mob mentality, you know? I thought you liked it dirty. Only with your mom, but with the rest of chat, I don't want to catch anything, you know? Snack Pillow Princess streamer the size of a Eurasian continent, both exposed and confirmed. These buildings are awesome. No, you're awesome. Does someone know how to run a poll? I am curious. Have you ever looked at how Yo Yoshinori designs buildings? No, but I really should. Do you have any references you would like to link? Whoa. Use the creator dashboard, navigate to Stream Manager, and add the manage poll. Okay, Stream Manager, navigate to... Use creator dashboard, navigate to Stream Manager, manage poll. Where's manage poll? Moderation. Edit stream info. Nope. Home. Nope. Alerts. Nope. Stream Manager. I'm in Stream Manager. My chat. Let's see. I'm gonna need more details than that, dude. It's not working, unfortunately. Or it says type .poll in chat. Oh, that makes it a lot easier, actually. Let's do that. ./poll. Oh, no. I assume you mean without the dot. Okay. .poll. Should do... Wait, what was... Let's do it. We're gonna do an objective here. Okay. Do you eat your dessert first or last? First. Last. Duration. Let's do a 5-minute poll. Starting now. There you go, chat. Get to work. Oh, okay. These look like they're done traditionally. Oh, this song? Sure is. See, everybody's voting last. I win. You freaks eating your dessert first, dude. These steps are so uneven, it's driving me nuts. Eh. Oh fuck, I'm stupid. This staircase should have stopped, like, over here. This looks so weird. I'm running out of room, chat. Do I just go smaller? Is that the solution here? What's considered a dessert? Anything you eat after a meal. Just kidding. I don't know, like candy, sugar, just anything that's not like, you know, meat, protein, veggies. Where's the option for extra votes with channel points? What is this, communism? I want to buy influence. Yeah, well, you know, maybe I'm open to being a little corrupt. Apparently the origin of the word dessert relates to it being last. Am I based or am I based? Do I know my shit or what? I know people drink soda before they eat. And your mom. True. And that guy's mom. Yeah, and what of it? The third course of a soup, main course, dessert meal. Yeah, well, I like my yummy treats right away. I'm a delayed gratification type dude, you know? I feel like the stair here is a little weird. It was a little weird to me. How should I get into drawing buildings? Draw a cube, then draw another cube on that cube, then draw another cube on that cube, and just keep doing it till there's a building. And look at reference, and also, I mean, like, you're basically catching me at the start of my building journey, okay? So I would say probably look up the anatomy of a building like I did, right? Like, this is what I found online, like these diagrams and stuff. And this is important. Understand what the building is you're learning, what you're studying, and what its purposes are. And help that and let that influence your decisions, you know? Humans aren't dumb. We design structures and stuff with purpose in mind, you know? You don't just have, like, a barn isn't just a barn because it's a barn, you know? There's probably reasons why a barn is shaped the way it is and all that stuff. So that's important to factor in. I think if you look into that stuff, you'll get way more interested in the stuff you're designing, and you'll be able to get it a little bit more accurate. Right now, I'm eating dessert. I have 4 big bugs to assemble and around 80 small ones. Damn. Snooky, Bunter, how you doing? You need a new poll with before and answer. Before and after, answer honestly as an option. I think you're just sad you lost. It's okay, guys. Desserts come after. Everybody knows this. Snooky Poo. Nancy Poo Pants. How do you like it? Hey, no. Okay. You don't like it. Okay, got it. Still going. Still doing this stupid fucking building. 2 sets of Leviathan NIDs. So a lot of the same models. What do you mean a lot of the same models? Would it be dessert first if you wake up to eat sugary cereal in the morning? I don't know, guys. This is chicken and egg type questions. I can't answer these. Fight amongst yourselves. Gently, of course. Oh boy, I just realized a huge mistake. Shit. This far side here is way longer than this front side here. I don't know if that's right. I don't think that's right. Is it right? I don't think that's right. If it's 3/4, that side should be way shorter. And that's, I'm not trying to rap right now. That did rhyme. $40K is like sci-fi, ain't it? By the way, did you guys ever tell me which 40K, like, group that I was supposed to... I don't know what they're called. Faction? Whatever. That I should look up for, like, reference? This should be, like, way farther back, huh? That's why it feels weird. It don't feel right still. Having that sticking out more also doesn't feel right, though. I don't know. What if I flip it upside down? Honestly, not in the worst spot. Be farther back, I guess. A few stolen properties mashed together. Dune, Starship Troopers. Divergent? Is that the name of a group of 40k guys? I don't know shit about 40k, so if I just put 40k Divergent, is that gonna give me anything? Divergent. Art. Okay. I can see the... Oh yeah, they definitely have Gothic architecture. I mean, they just straight up have Gothic churches. I only heard faction. I got no idea. I'm looking... Somebody told me the other day, I think it was Damon and Nancy, were both telling me that I should reference 40k for churches. Except I don't know if they ever told me, like, what group of, like, 40k dudes I should reference. Sisters of Battle. Lots of religious Gothic symbolism. 40k, Sisters of Battle. Oh, that's cool. Rule of cool, 11 out of 10. I plan on applying the rule of cool. Just gotta be able to draw buildings, you know? Mhm. The perspective don't feel right. Damon, did that work? I don't think it did. It's not even queuing anything up. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, I don't know if I want to listen to Nelly Furtado again, bro. Let's go to Damon's song. For every 3 Avril Lavigne songs, you need to treat the boyfriend. Sorry, kitten. I didn't mean to disrespect like that. Stinking, heart won't breaking. Still don't feel right, you know? I don't really know how to do the brick. I'm trying to like imply it without having to draw every fucking brick, but I don't really know. This time I'm mistaken, breaking the middle. These temples were made of cut stone, not fired clay bricks. I know, but they were still. Oh yeah, you're right. It's not brick, but it's still stone. And it's still stacked the same way a brick would be. I guess maybe not. There's probably a little bit more of an organicness to it, but... This is how you remind me of I really am. A different story. I'm thinking. I've been down to the bottom of every bottle. I think it's gonna be probably around. And some more. Do I want to do all that shit? I don't know, man. I don't think I want to do all that. I'm just gonna leave it as like whatever this little flower thing is. Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up. Tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up. Go. Come on, Spotify bot. You can do it. Fuck. Why'd it stop? Weird. Bot is so buggy, dude. How do you stay focused on studying? I don't know. I kind of... It depends on what it is. If it's something that really bores the shit out of me, then it's really difficult to get me to focus. Stuff like this, I really, really, really do want to make a comic, and but I need to get my architectural or my draftsmanship up on my buildings. So I'm pretty dedicated to this, I think. But yeah, typically speaking, like if it's like animation and stuff, I tend to get bored. Mostly because animation, as much as I'm not the worst at it, it's not the thing that I'm the most interested by. Illustration is definitely more like an interest of mine, for sure. So, I don't know, brute force, I guess, and just general interest in the subject matter. And right now, I'm trying to figure out a way to make this appealing in a way that I can transfer to future buildings. Not really sure how, though. Like, this doesn't look... I wouldn't put this in a comic. It's not good enough at all. But it's good practice. Oh my. Oh my what? I just got prompted to use my 15k to do the ASMR redeem. Oh no. Oh my. Oh ho ho ho. You have so much power over me. How do you only have 15k? I feel like you're here all the time. I feel like you'd be able to afford like 20 different ASMR redeems by now, you know? You could save them up and get that VIP, though. I don't know, I must like to see it jiggle more than I thought. I'm surprised, guys. I've been monetized for almost a year now, and we still haven't had a single person do the VIP redeem. I think Boba did once, and then he gave it to someone. I need more time. I've only been watching you like a month. Have you really? It feels like so much longer, dude. What's your watch what's your watch age? How do I find this out? Type exclamation watch age. Or you can also do exclamation watch time, I think. Watch age is how long you've been following, and watch time is the amount of time you've watched, I think. 1 day, 9 hours, 45 minutes. Gwen has spent 0 minutes watching this channel. You gotta pump those numbers up, Gwen. Damn. What up, Mikashi? That's a lie. Uh-huh. Why would the bot lie to me? Six months, 19 days, 1 hour? Crazy. I made a portrait, tried to follow your advice. Can you take a look? I can. Give me a second here. How can I be following for almost 6 months and have seen 0 hours? The bot hates me. I don't know. That does seem weird, given that you've been here at least a minute. So I gotta go. I gotta go back to lurking. No, we want to hear from you, Joanne. Do whatever you feel comfortable doing, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, time to pivot over to doing a critique for Peachy. Hey, it's looking better. Looking a lot better, dude. Okay, let me pull it up. Now, okay. Let's switch over to this canvas where we get a little bit more room to play with. Just gonna clear out this. Delete. The next day. Bum, bum, ba, bum. Okay. So you've got a face here that's a little bit less 3/4. So you've made it less 3/4. I think here on this nose bridge, let me reduce the opacity here. Okay. This nose bridge here, I think, should just not be there. I would just get rid of that nose bridge thing. Just straight up have the eyes. If you want to have the nose bridge, it has to flow sort of along with the eyes here. Doesn't have to, I guess, but I don't know. From this perspective, because this isn't as 3/4 as the last one. Wanna. Eyes are looking fine. I'm trying to think. When you look to the side, does your eye go completely flush to the edge here? My guess is it doesn't. My guess is it'd be like this, maybe. I don't know. Eyebrows are in the right spot. Their form, though, doesn't really indicate like the shape of the brow underneath, I guess, or the bone. Or there's just gotta be a more appealing way to fix them. I think it's just this straight angle here. A little weird. I don't know. I'm trying to find mistakes right now, so just kind of ignore me for now while I just sort of analyze it. Because your chin's here, this is sort of like setting the center line. Unless you want the center line to be through the nose, you could totally do that too. But I think everything sort of has to work within that center line. And so the nose, I think, would come over more. Just based on that chin, I think the eye would also be a little bit more tucked away here behind the nose. See. Let me just... I want to say, though, first of all, Peachy, it's a huge improvement off of the other ones. I like how you didn't connect the bottom line there either on the eyelid. What do you get if you redeem VIP status? You get a little VIP badge next to your name. Nothing fancy. I'd bring the forehead in a little bit, because right now with the angle on the forehead here, you're implying that if he's front on, his forehead kind of like flares out like this, almost like Megamind-y type thing going on, you know? So the forehead's just going to curve back a little bit more. And then this can be the hair. Still bring the cheekbone up a little bit more. No, you know what? Your cheekbone's in the right spot. But what I would do is I would throw a little bit of an opposing curve here. So instead of having just a single C curve going across, try to make it an S curve, where it goes like this. This is not a thing you have to do, by the way. But I like doing that, personally. Like, you'll see it here. Here, same deal. There as well. I mean, this one's a little bit of a weird pose, but I kind of do it a little bit everywhere. I invert the curve on the cheek as it comes in. I think what we can also do is we can break up the jaw here into 3 sections. Let me think. 3? Yeah, 3 sections. So the corner of the jaw here, okay? Then it changes direction, inverses the curve here, and then connects to the chin here. So it's basically like 1, 2, 3. Not super duper extreme like this. I'm exaggerating these curves, but just a lot more subtle, almost like a flowing line going through. I would make the chin probably a little bit more narrow here. I don't like that, actually. Let me see how I can fix this. I just don't like the big hard line here that you have. It's too curved. I think if it were a lady's face, I think I would do something like that, where I would have more of a rounded jaw. But on a guy, I tend to push the jaw anatomy a little bit more, even if it's subtle. You know? Like, see how even this is just 3 lines. 1, 2, and then it hooks up the chin here. And then even on this one, his hair's covering it a little bit, and this one's more of a profile. But it's still kind of the same rhythm. Angle, chin. Curve, reverse curve, chin. Curve, reverse curve, chin. I feel like I followed that flow quite a bit. So this is just if your goal obviously is to draw stylistically similarly to me, curve, reverse curve, chin. Is just sort of a flow I follow. So curve, reverse curve, chin. Is there a curvature in the mouth area? What do you mean? Can you be more clear with what you mean? Damn, I'd rather hear you whisper sweet nothings into my headphone. Alright, fair. Not real comfortable admitting, but Snack does keep me company in the dead of night in an empty house. Well, I'm there. I'm in your walls, dude. I think the spacing on the eyes, too, I'm wondering if the eyebrow is too close from this perspective. I think I would push it out a little bit more. You're the wall load bearer? Yeah, well, Meanwhile, when your mom's above me, you know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm done picking on your mom. Don't worry, I'm done. You just I saw that one was like alley-oop, dude. I had to slam dunk it. Is there a curvature in the mouth area? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. Are my mom's #1 fan? Oh yeah, we are. Curvature from the cheekbone to the mouth. I wrote about this. Cheekbone to the mouth. The mouth is a weird one. So if you have like a plane, like let's say you take a head from the profile here. The mouth sticks out off of the face a little bit. Almost like a tiny little beak. Like a tiny one. Like your nose is like this, and your mouth kind of sticks out a little bit, depending on the you know the proportions of the lips and all that stuff. But because it's got sort of this volume to it, when you draw it from the front, you have to show that curvature, right? So if you're looking at it from above, typically it's going to be a little bit of an upward curve, and if you're looking at it from below, it would be more of a downward curve. So if this head would be like this and he's smiling, it'd probably be something more like this. You know, and then a smile. But if he's looking from above, then it'd be or neutral, I guess. It'd be a little bit more flat to curved, I think. I think that's sort of the issue here, is you have like this downward curve. It's almost like you ever like force a smile in a picture and it like feels unnatural, like you're just raising the corners of your mouth. That's sort of what it feels like in this version. It's almost a little weird. Whereas I think if you're smiling, your teeth are gonna your lips are gonna wrap over your teeth, and they're gonna get this sort of like arch to them because the teeth protrude off the mouth, right? So because of that, the lips are gonna wrap around that form. That's really where that form comes from. Like this sort of like rounded shape off of the mouth is due to the teeth. And if you ever like, if you guys have grandmas that have dentures, or you know, you ever see like people that have no teeth, like they have this sort of like sunken look to their mouth, almost like this almost. You know, it's like this. It's because there's no bone there with their teeth gone. And because there's no tension, you get all these like extra little wrinkles and stuff too. But that's just something to note, right? So that's sort of how you could think about it. Think of having like a half circle inside the flat plane of the front of the face. And this flat circle has like a curvature to it. And so you have to have the lips wrap over that curve when you smile. Obviously. I like with the grid, it kind of just looks like donkey teeth. But anyways, you get the idea, right? So that's sort of why I flipped that curve there on the smile. The ear here, I think I'd like to see you try and move your hand faster. And in more curved shapes. You're doing a lot of changing your directions with like hard angles, which is not wrong, but it just feels a little weird. Trying to like think. You got that. And it's just too weird. I think it's really like this area here. If that was a little more curved, it might feel better. Something like that, maybe. Neon Beam 1775. Thank you for the follow. And then I think that'll feel a little bit more organic. What up? Not much, dog. We're going over some chatter feedback right now. We're giving them a critique. We're giving Peachy a critique. Hairline, again. Sort of line it up with the center line. Also, if you're wondering why the center line is here, but my nose is here, because the nose is also an object that protrudes, which is why the center of the mouth is off of center here. The nose protrudes. So on a face, let's say you have a 3/4 face, meaning one side is shorter than the other, you're going to end up in a situation where if you have the nose, it's going to be a little bit more on the other side than it will be on that side. Same deal with the mouth. You can kind of center the mouth, actually, but... and then you turn it more, and then the nose protrudes even more. Trustfall Arts, how you doing over there on YouTube? This meme song? Yes, the meme song. I might have actually pushed the nose a little bit too much. I'm good, dude. I'm good. How are you? Oh, you said good. My bad. I'm trying to think, too. Because you had this line, like, if I get rid of my drawing here, you had this line going over top. And I like that you didn't connect it to the nose. But I think that structurally feels a little weird. I'm trying to think how I do it normally. There's no line over that eye there. There is a line here. No line over that eye. There is a line over that eye. Seems like I do it sometimes. And sometimes I don't. I'm just trying to be a little conscious, because I'm not always thinking about how I do shit, but... oh, dude, I'm so happy I got 2 pieces of designer pants at Ross today for cheap. Hell yeah, dude. I just bought a bunch of pants last week. Let me think. Also, from this perspective, I think you would see a little bit more of the other side of the neck. So your Adam's apple would still be kind of like right here-ish. And then your sternocleidomastoid number 1 would come down from the back of the ear here. And it would connect to your sternum. And then your sternocleidomastoid, you have to imagine it's going up to the neck on the other side. Or to the back of the ear on the other side, sorry. So you probably have something a little bit more like this. And then the traps. Hello, Snack. How are you? What up, Basic? I do like that you did large, medium, and small in the hair. I just added a little tiny little chunk here. But that works. I don't like this shape here. It's not a very appealing shape. I would like to see it come up to a point that matches stylistically the points on the other things here. Look how wide... I mean, I'm looking at my drawing right now, but your drawing's width is, like, pretty narrow here, right? On the point of these tips. Like, basically this long, and then this one is, like, way longer. It just feels different. It's almost like hair that belongs on somebody else. You know what I mean? Try to keep it stylistically similar. So if you're doing, like, thin, pointed hair like that, you could do it like this. Or something like that, right? Even that, I think, is a little weird, but... I'm trying to think of where his skull would be. Be back here. Normally, when I'm drawing hair, I'm thinking of a flow on the hair. And what I mean by that is, let's say you have a piece of hair that points... Let's just take let's take a generic 3/4 head here as an example. This generic 3/4 head, okay? Let's say we're giving this guy hair. What I'm thinking about when I'm doing hair... Oh, by the way, how do I get art critiques? If you join our Discord and post in the critiques channel, you can get art critiques live when I'm live on stream. So long as I'm live and you're in chat, I'll give you feedback sometimes. It depends on my mood, and depends on how much I'm trying to focus on other stuff. But right now we're doing feedback, so... I don't think there's a queue. I'm just gonna do generic eye, whatever. Okay, line. When I'm doing hair, Peachy, what I usually think about is the direction. So because there's gravity influencing hair, you're typically gonna get this sort of direction that flows like this, and the curve gets more and more influenced by gravity the farther away it is from the root. Think about sticking your arm out, okay? If you stick your arm out, you're gonna feel a little bit of gravity, and it's gonna be pretty difficult to hold your arm up for a long period of time. Now if I put a long elongated weight in your hand, it's gonna take even less time because you're more influenced by gravity. So your arm's gonna lower. And so the more your hair is farther away from the origin point that it comes from, the more slack there is, and the more gravity is gonna influence it. And so you're gonna get sort of this downward flow, or direction, on the hair. Right? Up here, you can get kind of crazy wild hairs going off in all directions. But as you move away, the root is farther away, and so gravity is gonna have more of an influence on the hair, and then the forms that it like lands on. Let's say there's a neck here and a shoulder, then you're gonna get sort of these directional changes and all that stuff, or maybe it wraps over the shoulder. So that's a way that you could think about hair as well. So how would that look? Basically, these points here, as you move farther and farther away from the root, these points start flowing a little bit more out, and a little bit more out, and then a little bit more out. And an example of that is this guy's hair. Look, this piece here, we're farther up, we're closer to the root, okay? It's pointing this way. This piece is the farthest one, it's pointing down. This one is influenced by this piece because it's over top of it, so it's also pointing down. But as you move farther away from the root, you're gonna get sort of these direction changes. See, notice this. It's starting to go down. Now, there are exceptions to this, but it's a good way to sort of think about positioning your points. And again, it's not mandatory. There are thicker hairs, there are thinner hairs. If you're like, if you have like an afro, let's say, there's gonna be a lot of density in that hair. They're thick, coily hairs, and so they have more density. And because of that, they're not going to flop over as much as like somebody with like, let's say, Asian hair or like really long straight hair is going to flop over. So think of the texture of the hair you're going for as well, and then you can apply it that way. The only reason I'm bringing it up is just because, you know, I like to have some sort of directional flow in my hair. I feel like that makes it feel nice. And again, all this stuff that I'm saying with these flows and the hair and all that stuff, these are examples and they're generalizations. It doesn't mean that every single time you draw hair, the farthest hair needs to be the most pointed down, but it is a general guide that you can use to help determine sort of the way your hair points are going to go. Okay, I'm gonna throw this weird villain I drew now. I'm warning, I'm very new to anatomy and I was just trying to draw a cool dude. No worries, dude. I think you could also maybe have the... it's fine, I think. I think these hair points could have a little bit more variety to them, is what I was gonna say. Or these, like, not hair points, but the hairline things or whatever. But in general, it's a massive improvement, Peachy. And I know you feel it, right? You can tell there's a big difference. And so if you're doing hair like this, by the way, this hair is fine. I have no critiques over this hair. I would just add a little, extra bit here or whatever. But normally when I draw hair like this, I probably do something similar. Probably something like this, and then I might switch it up and just have some sort of directional changes like that maybe, or, you know, whatever. Try and get a lot of variety. Keep the shape language relatively the same. You know, something like that maybe. I don't know. Whatever. How do you draw hairlines? It looks simple, but since it's like triangles, it looks weird when I do it. Think of the curvature of the skull. So let's say we wipe out this guy's hairline, okay? This skull here has... I'm just gonna roughly draw him in. Okay, something like that. Something like that. I'm not gonna give him, like, an interesting face or anything. We're just gonna give him the generic dude face. Boom. We'll make him happy. Okay? This whole skull here is going to have planes. There are planes on the face. I don't mean planes like airplanes. I mean planes like geometric planes. Okay? And these geometric planes have form. They indicate the form. And these geometric planes are what you're tracking in your brain for placing hairlines. And then in the eye here, it's going to dip in. And then on the cheekbone here, maybe it'll come out. It depends. Like, these will just change based on the character. They're not going to be unique. They're going to be unique depending on the character you draw. Maybe he's got a big nose like this, whatever. Okay? But these planes indicate the face. And where things are aligning on the face. And on the temple, maybe you got a little dip here. Some people have little dips in their temples. You know? All that good stuff. It's like a wire mesh. And so when you're drawing your hair, you're placing these triangles, but you're not doing it arbitrarily. You're doing it along the movement of that geometric plane. And that's how you get that feeling of naturalism in your hairlines. Does that make sense? What's up? Hope you're having a good stream. I got a bounce, feeling super tired, but best luck with it. No worries, dog. I appreciate you popping in. I thought you were live. Weren't you literally just live? Oh, you're live right now. Yeah. Go do your thing, dog. You don't have to hang out with me. Why do you have tits? Why not? Folds in hair are probably the most difficult because they have patterns but are not constant. Whoa, I love your YouTube vids, dude. Very informative stuff. Yeah, Nimnor's, he's here on Twitch, too. Go check him out. Friend of the channel. The Asaro head? Yeah, that's basically like one... That's a place to start. The Asaro head is a place to start, but every character is going to have their own Asaro wire mesh. It's not going to be unique. It's not always going to be the same, sorry. It's going to follow the same sort of general idea as the Asaro head, but it's not going to be the same as the Asaro head every time. But the Asaro head is a way to understand sort of where these changes are taking place. For those who don't know what the Asaro head is, it's a template for like the human skull. But you can change it up however you want, and each character is going to have its own shapes. I'll bust out the Asaro head just so people know what I'm talking about. So this is a simplified wire mesh, okay? Now, obviously, not every dude's head is going to look exactly like this, or every woman's head is going to look exactly like this. It's up to you, as the artist, to take these proportions and to push them. But you still want to respect it, you know? Just because I drop this brow down to have a more, like, caveman-y brow, let's say, doesn't mean I can now neglect these transitional planes between this, and this. Like, they still need to be in there, but they're just going to be a little different now in terms of their shape. And that's where you can get away with doing things stylistically. Now, if I did this, then my head is going to look a little bit different. So that's the Asaro head. So yeah, this is basically the Asaro head, but to whatever character you want. And it's the same way that I'm drawing this building from imagination, or not imagination. I guess I have this sort of like reference here, but it's the way I'm able to do this is because I'm imagining the grid lines going through here. The same way when I'm drawing a head, I'm imagining the Asaro head, and these grid lines guide my hand's decisions. The same way the Asaro head guides my decision. You know? Now, you can play with that however you want, but that's sort of the foundation of it. Fortiche used it apparently for the characters in Arcane. I mean, most artists use it, I would say. Like, we studied it really extensively in art school. Like, they made us draw the Asaro head as like part of an assignment. We'd always have to reference it and stuff. It's useful. It doesn't mean you should draw every single character you do like the Asaro head, because it's going to look very boring and generic, but it is there to teach you sort of the foundations. So, all that to say, Peachy, hopefully that helps. And I think we had somebody else asking for a critique. I need water, guys. Give me a second here, okay? I'm going to go get some water, and then I'm going to take a look at Neon's thing. BRB. I like it for learning purposes. Oh yeah, it's great for learning purposes. I'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna do Neon's feedback, and then I'm probably gonna get ready to wrap up stream, because we're at 6 hours almost. It was a long-ass fucking stream for me. But we'll try it out. Let's do a little crit for Neon. I like your design, by the way, Neon. I think it's very cool. Just gonna clear this shit out. Give me a second here. That's on that layer, that's on that one. Hi, Drawfather. Hi, Dallas A. How you doing? Back already? Yeah, I mainly use Asaro for knowing where to generally put shadows, not actual features or proportions of the face. Yeah, I find it's a little bland for, like, if you're using it, like, for design purposes, but if you're using it as a reference to sort of get an idea on where things should change, then it's very useful. So this is Neon's thing. Also, I just want to say one last thing on Asaro head that I think is really, really, really important to know. So, a plane on a face, this is for people who like to render, okay? A plane on a face, like all of these different sections here, these planes, they indicate different values. So if you want to build up a character and you want to render your character, this is a guide to basically tell you where your values should change. And where these lines are here, okay, this is where you're deciding where you're putting your transitions on your lines. Whether you're using a soft transition, a hard edge transition, like maybe this is going to be hard edge, but maybe over by the cheekbone it's going to be soft. Like this is a little soft down here. This is kind of soft in this area here. But every single one of these planes is telling you, this is where my values change. This is where it gets lighter, this is where it gets darker, and it's all going to be dependent on the lighting that you're using. That's just another thing to note about the Asaro head that's very useful. Okay. What did Neon want to know? I saw your comment earlier, Neon. I'm just going to reread it just in case you asked for some sort of specific critique. Kevin, throw this weird villain dude I drew now. Warning, I'm very new to anatomy and was just drawing a cool dude. Yeah, okay, so there's a few things we could fix here. Honestly, for a beginner drawing, pretty nice. What I will say is there's some stuff that you could learn about the shapes of the arms in particular, because I'm looking at your arms here, and that's where I'm seeing a lot of the mistakes. Your torso is actually not bad, but the arm basically has, well, I don't want to say it just has 3 main parts, because it has more parts. Think of your arms as 2 parts to start. One line, and then another line of the same length. Okay? And then the wrist, and then the hand. We're gonna ignore the hand for this example. Part 1 here, I'm gonna label this part 1 and part 2. Part 1 here is gonna have the deltoid, which is the shoulder muscle, and it kind of looks like a bit of a diamond. And this is from the front-on view, okay? Part 1 is also going to have the bicep. Your bicep here is a little small. So I would make your bicep quite a bit larger, especially if it's a jacked guy like this. You could go crazy with the size of the bicep here. Now, the deltoid is going to insert basically right between the bicep and the tricep. The tricep from the front is not super duper visible. But it is visible if it's quite muscular. You'll see it a little bit here. Then you've got this brachialis muscle here. And that's more or less the anatomy on this top part here. Okay? From there, on the bottom part, you've got the forearm muscle, which kind of inserts or originates from behind this bicep, and it curves down to the forearm here. And it splits into 3. And this is kind of where I get a little hazy on my anatomy. And I should really study this. But I believe the bicep's going to go here, and then the other half of the forearm is going to be sort of on this backside here. I really should look at this anatomy a little bit better. And then your chest is going to insert roughly right where your bicep inserts, underneath the deltoid. And so that's sort of the rough anatomy of the upper half of the body here. Now, I made my forearm a little too narrow. Given how jacked your dude is, I think we could pump that up a little bit. But that's how I would think about the anatomy of the arm here. The hand is a tricky one. I typically use reference for my hands. I don't really draw hands from imagination very often. Every hand that you've ever seen me draw, like this hand here, you know, or this hand here, I just took a picture of myself in the bathroom doing putting my hand in that exact same position, and I didn't trace it, but I did use it as a reference. This hand as well. Hands are just tricky, man. So unless you're drawing a lot of hands, just use reference. There's no shame in taking a picture of yourself. If you got a cell phone, which I assume you do, just snap a pic of your own hand and use that. But generally speaking, hands have this sort of like blocky look to them. Almost like a wedge. And then out of that, you're going to get the thumb that sort of sticks out. And then the fingers are going to be their own thing down here. Something like that. It's not a very nice hand. I think I could relax the fingers more. Oh my god, not hand picks. Yes, hand picks. I did this. I took pics of myself swinging a broom for a pic of an axe-wielding character, and how much easier was it to draw that character because you did that? You better not say it was incredibly difficult and I would never do it again. But yeah, hands are tough for me to give feedback on from imagination. Everything else I'm kind of comfortable with, but hands are a little rough. You still with me, Neon? You still with us? Making sure I'm talking to someone. Yes, I'm still here. Hell yeah. Okay. From there, you know, the trap originates. I think my forearm is still... I would still probably actually make it bigger. The whole thing here, I would make it bigger. But the idea is... Whoops. And drew on your guy. Whoopsies. Okay. I'm gonna erase this out. I can draw it again. Oh, I just want to get rid of that bicep drawing. The idea is, if your guy's like super duper jacked, just push all of these proportions here. So all these shapes, just push them. Make them bigger. In your guy's case, he's freaking monstrously jacked. So make him monstrously jacked, you know? And another thing to note, especially if you're doing a really, really jacked character, if you want to really make your character look jacked, make his neck jacked. Look at dudes online who are really jacked, like pro wrestlers or whatever, UFC fighters. You're gonna notice they all have incredibly jacked necks. Okay? Their neck is literally wider than their head a lot of the time. And so having that jacked ass neck is just gonna sell how freaking jacked your dude is. It's gonna sell that like super intimidating look. I do like his slickness. I would lower your collarbones a little bit. Your collarbones are a little high. So I'd lower them to around here. I would push all of this anatomy here. I'd make the deltoid way bigger. I'd make the bicep way bigger. Tricep way bigger. Forearm massive. Lats and stuff, he's pretty V-tapered, so I think he's kind of fine the way he is here. I like the sort of non-human, like almost like extremely pushed anatomy. I fuck with it heavy, dude. I think it's a sick design. I just think we could take the things that you're really trying to sell us on, where like how intimidating and scary this guy is, and just bring them up a level. You know, that's all I'm doing. Hey dude, perchance could you post this under my OG picture so I can look back on it? I always do. Whenever I give feedback, I always do. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your little heart. It'll be there. I push this even more, probably. We're gonna give him an X taper, so I'm gonna bring his legs out. Almost like a Dragon Ball Z type. You got like almost Dragon Ball Z type pants going on here, so I'm gonna respect that, and I'm gonna try and keep it that way. These ears are awesome. I just think they're not even on both sides. And the way to get it even is to flip. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, I drew this on paper. How am I going to flip my canvas? I don't have a digital canvas. Stand in front of a mirror. Mirrors are naturally flipped, or they're naturally mirrored. That's why they're called mirrors. And so if you hold up your image in a mirror, you'll see all the imperfections, even if you're working traditional. That's how you flip traditionally. And still feel a little weird to me. I can make this more interesting, I think. I'm just playing around with different shape languages here. I'm making these a little bit more diamond-y, or a little pointier, a little more stylized. Oh, by the way, I have this idea that this guy legit blows himself up to transform because he needs immense energy and heat to transform. That's sick, dude. He's basically like a nuclear bomb Super Saiyan, but evil. It's sick. I think this bicep is looking a little weird to me, just the way I positioned it. Same with this one. Just a little too high. He's seen as a terrorist within my world? I believe it, dude. Still sick, though. There you go. This centerpiece here, I would say, you see how you have this, like, harsh line going all around here? This, like, hard circular line? Get rid of that. Get rid of that and just indicate the form using these little hash line you have on the outside. It's gonna feel a lot more like an actual scar. You don't need to put that extra detail in there. I think it's gonna read fine with just sort of like that those outer lines. And I guess you could also show the heart, and if you wanna darken it in here, I would just sort of drop some hash lines in. You know, something like that. You want to do more, if you really want that line, do it, but I would do like just tiny little lines and leave some gaps and stuff. Just so it really feels like it's like a hole in his chest. I don't know, whatever, dude. Anyways, sick design, dude. I just took what you had and I pumped it up a lot. Your abs are fine. There's nothing too crazy with the abs. He's got 8 of them, which is... He's a monster, so he can do that. Serratus muscle. Your serratus muscle is... the reason it's called a serratus muscle, which is this, like, this muscle you see on the side here, is because, it looks like a saw blade. It looks like a serrated saw blade. So if you think about the serratus muscle, it's basically this, like, saw-toothed fan. And where it attaches is on the back of your scapula. So it runs all the way along the back here, and it attaches back there. So if you want to have like those serratus muscles, that's the shape you can think of. Oops, I got ads. Okay, I'll let you. Anyways, there's not much else to do on this. Move it over here. Sleepy snack? A little bit, dude. This is almost a 6-hour stream. Ugh. I'm well tired. Isn't it like super late for you right now? Or am I tweaking? No, it's probably like 11-ish or something like that, right? Neon, you're probably back from ads. I didn't really add anything else from the point the ads went on. I was talking a little bit about the serratus shape, but it's not super duper important. So I sent you the stuff in the Discord. That's it, really. That would be my advice. With that, I should probably look for somebody to raid out to, guys. Person up to. With an ad. Oh, they're French. Okay, let's not do that. Not that I have anything against the French, but we are an English channel, so. Oh, this person. Another ad. Slow mode. Hello, I'm back. By the way, that guy's called Spitfire. Legit kills for for one ain't no end goal. He's just out there for the love of the game. Base, dude. Well, look, man, I sent you the thing on the Discord. I'm going to wrap up stream here. I didn't really add anything after you went into the ad, so you didn't miss much. The drawing I did is over in the Discord, so you're more than welcome to peep it. And I think we're going to raid out here. So we're going to raid into Holly Draws. Thank you, man. Thanks again for the stream. See you some other time. We'll be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time. We stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And my schedule is on the Discord under the schedule channel. You can catch me live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. And if you're on the Discord, by the way, guys, if you're in the Discord, make sure you go to the rules section. And if you want live notifications, you got to tick that purple button. There's a purple reaction button. If you click that, you'll get live notifications whenever I'm live. If you don't, it's just so that we can use at everyone without having to, you know, spam people all the time. I don't like spamming at everyone when I go live, so I just had a special rule for it. All right, we're gonna raid out to Holly Draws. Holly DDRAWS. And I will catch you all in the next one. Which is gonna be tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern time. See you there. All right, see you there. Bye bye. Love you. Bye. Love you. Bye.